many different years that I personally kind of shy away from that. And so I tend to think of something like there's a mix between we can trace how something got to a place versus spontaneous generation. You know, it's like when I was talking earlier, we were talking about Ifa and it spread throughout the 16 figures and it spread throughout Africa. You know, there's some Ifa and then it's a correlation and similarities to geomancy, right? There are some Ifa priests that want to say like the similarity, like maybe actually my brother who's a Babalao, you know, he thinks that people just observe these certain interactions between the elements and came up with the system similarly on their own in these different geographical regions. Whereas like I think that the system got spread because of Islam, you know, because Islam ended up spreading, you know, geomancy was something that was practiced back in like the Greco-Latin, you know, Greco-Roman days. And so then with the Latin Arabic translation movement and the discovery of so many different Gnostic texts, you know, then I see kind of in the spread of Islam and then the popping up of geomancy and the 16 figures in all these different spaces, I see more of a connection there than like the spontaneous generation of this information across multiple cultures.
I was just going to say real quick, this conversation looks like it's going to get really good, so I'm recording it. I hope you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I think it's good. We all on a public app.
I thought I know. I'm going to just keep listening. I'm sorry.
So if we actually look at the text for what the text is actually saying, the text, when you really read a lot of the text from these cultures, it tells you within the text that they are communicating through a medium that's beyond physicality. I mean, if you actually look at what the cultures are saying and what the purposes of the rituals are, you know, the whole purpose of the ritual is to connect with the all that is all. And since all of us come from that, all of the spiritual practices that we do are to get us back to that. There's going to be a connection there. So it's just like we can't be missing the obvious. You know, that's what all the cultures are telling us, that the spiritual comes before the physical, and the physical is the result of the spiritual. So like we can't just dismiss that and then be like, hey, let's let these white people science try to figure it out for us when our ancestors literally told us how it worked.
No, you can dismiss that. And you can dismiss pretty much at least half of the last sentence that you said. And I'll tell you why. Because as Epigenetics was saying, we were looking at this as completely from a Newtonian, let's say a measurable physical perspective. Okay. How the epigenetics work, which epigenetics is also a physical thing. Okay. DNA is a physical thing. Magnetism is a physical thing. So wherever you're placing the spiritual, which is really breath, that's one thing. But doing research and history to see where a principle came up in a society, in a culture across humans in general, and looking at that, even if we're only using 10% of our brain to look at that, we can use that 10%, or even if we're only seeing 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum, then which that includes radio waves also. But we can detect radio waves, we can measure them, every part of the electromagnetic spectrum that you've claimed that we can't see, which is true, we can also detect, which is how there's a list of 7 of them across the electromagnetic spectrum that we know of. We can even assume there's more than that, but even across that spectrum, we can detect things. We use radio waves, we use gamma rays, we can functionally use these things. So there's no point in looking at something that we can't see and assuming that we can't use it functionally, because we do. So that will be the misnomer, and the proof against that will be this phone and every pretty much aspect of our lives that we use the rest of that spectrum that we can't see, we still functionally use it, we still functionally detect it, and can functionally measure it to a degree. So when it comes to talking about if someone can pinpoint or at least bring down to a good amount or to a good percentage, a range even of percentage, whether it was 10 or 15% of the, if you go across all of the philosophies and all of the, start with the religions and then the philosophies and principles and traditions across indigenous cultures across the world, you will find commonalities. And you'll also find commonalities amongst those who didn't necessarily get it from the other. So that's not really just epigenetics, although epigenetics is a real thing. The transferring of information genetically, DNA wise, not spiritually, unless you consider DNA spirit, then sure. But DNA wise, there are things that pass even neurologically and biologically from one generation to another. And in relation to Rep's question, kind of about whether criminality and things like that pass, generally not. Neurologically, certain stuff passes into the limbic system that you can test from one generation to the next. Like, but those things are generally survival based. So, in relation to your question, Rep, because I'm just going through all this shit, but the they used to call it morphic resonance or whatever. But so just like if you've ever had a chicken coop, or they do it experiments with rats and monkeys and everything, to where if you put something into you put a pad in the cage that's electric, and the mouse knows it's electric, you can take that mouse out of that cage, create a new generation, have them breed outside of that cage, never having interacted with the corner that's electric, and the new mice will still go in there and stay away from that corner, just the same way that their parents eventually stayed away from that corner. But even that is not just some collective consciousness. That is the result of the two mice in the cage interacting with something dangerous and interacting with something that hurts or can kill you, and then passing that through DNA on to the child. But it doesn't go into specifics. It goes into a space where the amygdala and the whole limbic system, basically the hypothalamus, the thalamus, the amygdala, the whole system, mainly the amygdala, though, the part that's responsible for fight or flight and makes you hungry. The 4 F's for the amygdala is fight or flight, feed, and fucking. Okay? So those 4 things is roughly where things get, when they do get transferred genetically, neurologically, so far as studies would show, that it transfers to that area and not necessarily you're not getting necessarily frontal text things like the math that those parents did, or even the in-depth concepts and principles that aren't in the part of the brain. They're not in the survival amygdala part of the brain. It may be stored in memory. There may be memories stored around that section, and the section that makes new memories is close to that part of the brain, but you're getting more things that you do with the frontal cortex, or you're not getting a lot of things that you deal with the frontal cortex. Even in transfer of genetics and information through genetics, you're still only getting the baseline survival. Don't jump off that cliff. That's a bear. That's a shit that will save your life. That is highly important. But the actual conceptualizations and religions and math and science and arts and pottery and all these things that can be measured and we don't have to worry about whether they are physical or exist or not. They exist. We just have to do the research on them. But those things come out of living life. And just like the rat in the cage, the new generation doesn't even have that signal if the parents hadn't actually lived that life in reality, in physical reality, and felt the physical pain from the corner that was electric. and then pass that cautionary thing on. But they had to experience, it was experience first. Even so, even in epigenetics, it would still be experience first, more than just a consciousness thing. And yes, I believe we can research and figure out the exact threads. It'd be a lot of research, but the exact threads of things that would come up in just by living on this earth, just like structures come up and just like pyramids come up all over the place. It's not necessarily a collective consciousness. It's because pyramids are a very solid structure, and one of the best ways to build a structure that you want to last for a long time. Circles, squares, things like this, they come up across the world because that's how our three-dimensional space, one dimension of time, and living on a round Earth, that those things alone should produce certain cognitive solutions to moving around that world. So some of the things that we see, and maybe a larger majority than we think, are not collective consciousness, not any of that. They're more so humans living in an environment and coming up with solutions to further extend their generations in that environment. And then those solutions we may see across possibly a decent amount of humanity.
So I have a question.
Because I have my hand next. I'll be super quick.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say, hey, brilliant scientific rationalization, Fusion. I appreciate it. If you could open up 12 boxes, just so if more people can take a seat, and I've got admin, so if it starts getting messy, I got it under control. Back to you guys.
So I've got a question. And my question is what it or did it exist before a scientist discovered it, wrote a report about it, put it out into some form of media for you to find as information in your research? Let me elaborate on why I'm asking this question.
You don't have to elaborate. The answer is yes.
It does. Okay. So, meaning that, so if we continue with this, we understand that whatever it is that we're looking to discover or find in research has to be experienced by someone else. So that means that if your only media of receiving knowledge and information is limited by someone else's experience, then we're already limited in perspective. Meaning that science and what modern day science deems to be legitimate is the limitation of your understanding when science can't even understand how the pyramids were built, which our ancestors understood how the pyramids were built. They left the information in the doctrines and the texts throughout all of the different cultures that are all exhibiting the same thing, whether we want to relate it to epigenetics, which is only a filter for what was already in existence. It's a filter for terms that you can understand in today's language. All of that research that you can look up and use these scientific words to describe, our ancestors didn't need that to understand what it was and how to use it. So what I'm saying is that intelligence isn't being able to find information that's already in existence. Intelligence is being able to create new connections and be innovative. That's what intelligence is. And intelligence is allowing yourself to have a broader perspective and not be limited by information that was put in place by individuals with an agenda to retain information. So anything that you get in that line of work, in that field, is going to be tainted, and you're never going to get the full truth. They don't even understand the full truth. So you're never going to find it there.
Okay,
So
I get what you're saying, bro, but that is completely irrelevant to what we're talking about as far as doing research into this thing. Right? The white man does not own history or intellect or science or any of that. And even the information that is given out from that space still has relevance. And it's not the only piece of information that people use to do research. They're not the only ones, or the mainstream, whatever you want to call it. You're just relating to science. If you're speaking of NASA and LIGO and
Is it just me or did he stop talking?
He's in the blind.
He went
Oh,
dead
okay.
silent. I had to start paying attention. I was like, what?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
the research these days, a lot of research is
Hey,
coming
mommy,
from our
look.
brothers
Mommy,
and our
look.
sisters. Our,
I
our
would do this up.
Somebody's got some background audio.
No, what I was saying is that a lot of our research today is from our brothers and sisters. They're going places physically. They're doing science experiments. They're like all the information. I don't know why we keep saying this today. Like everything do come from the white man. When we got people, our people researching the research of these people.
You know, the
I
conversation is
completely
so
agree with that, Swan. Sorry.
yeah, I was about to say the conversation is so far from where it began. Um, because we were trying to the name of Epidemic is the Nubian form of Osiris, right? And so we can, and we were talking about, cultural exchange, and so it's gone into other realms and to certain topics that are more esoteric in nature than anything else. And in reference to those things, like when we are living our day-to-day lives, like we deal with what's in front of us. We accept what is possible and probable, but we have to deal with what's on the ground and right in front of us. And that becomes way extremely apparent when we have children or family to take care of. Like everything that could be is not as important as what should be in reference to taking care of your responsibilities and those that you're in charge of. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where some of this conversation is. Like we can theorize and then engage in activities that give us intellectual access to alternative states of consciousness, because that's what we're really talking about when we talk about what the ancients used in order to contact these other realms. It was meditation and ritual, and then some sort of substance that altered the state of mind so they can touch, some other form of perception. And then they came right back to reality and had to eat food the next day. So we have to deal with what's on the ground in front of us in order to live and thrive in this world. But it doesn't mean that we, discount that which could possibly and probably be.
Yeah, so if I may, I heard Box 2 say the initial conversation was about cultural exchange. When we look at cultural exchange just as a whole for a minute, one of the things we find is a lot of cultural exchanges, most cultural exchanges, um, normally have something to do with um, conquerment or enslavement, as we would like to say. Um, Very few cultural exchange happen through trade, which is another way that cultures exchange information. But a main way is by the suppression of the people. Normally, when we go back in history, what we see is like we go back to um, the uh, uh, I'm trying to think of it. I can't think of the place right now. But basically, we go back to Mesopotamia. That's what I was thinking of, right? And we see how a lot of places that Mesopotamia conquered, right? They gained overnight in things such as technology. They gained overnight in things of their spiritual understanding of the stars or astrology. And that's because the Mesopotamian people had already had this information. You see what I'm saying? Now, when we get to things such as epigenetics and things of that nature, we have to understand that we're dealing with very controlled environments, right? One of the most famous epigenetic experiments was when they took the gene from a jellyfish, a glowing jellyfish, and they put it in a pig, right? And what that in turn did was it made the pig glow in the dark. So scientists found a way to make pigs glow, basically, right? Now those pigs that reproduce was not able to, actually their offspring died. So those pigs weren't really able to successfully reproduce and raise their young stock because there was such a mutative gene that wasn't supposed to be there. I think I was talking about this earlier, Sister Issa Queen, about what happened when you mix genes that are not supposed to be mixed, right? The offspring either dies out or they become sterile. They're not able to reproduce. When we're talking about consciousness, and collective conscious, even, right? We do see snippets of collective conscious that does happen around on Earth. Even when you look out in nature, I put in the comments earlier, what about the rhesus monkeys washing potatoes, right? There's a land on one side of the land, on the south side, the rhesus monkeys, they found out, hey, the potatoes taste better when you wash them off. They had no contact with the north side. But over time, the north side of the place started, the rhesus monkeys over there, they started to do it as well, right? This also could be evidence of a collective conscious, right? We see this also when things just start to arise, right? When new ideas start to spread, right? And they start from one person or one group of people, right? And a whole nother group of people figure out how to do this thing, right? I believe the brother said earlier, the idea or the thing was already in place, right? I think this goes into and I'm not trying to bounce all over the place, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. This goes into the question: was math discovered or was it invented? Right? And one thing that make this argument so debatable is because when you look at it from a galactic standpoint, we can easily say that math was discovered. It was already here. It was something that was already here because we know that everything has a mathematical essence to it. Everything is put together through some sort of waveform of geometry or trigonometry or things that are put together mathematically make sense, right? But when we get to the human aspect of it, right? There's another argument that can say, well, shoot, there's people all over the place that was just creating these theorems, like the Pythagorean theorem. And when we talk about the Planck scale and things of that nature, these are people who sort of invented these certain types of maths to fit these certain types of problems. But that doesn't initially mean that math was invented, right? Um, and so it doesn't take away from the grand idea that this thing, this fundamental principle of the universe was already here. And so I just wanted to touch on, some of those topics that I heard already. This is an amazing build. I appreciate y'all for allowing me to speak, and I land my plane.
Go ahead, Issa.
Yeah, I feel like every time I get the grasp of the conversation, we kind of veer off a little bit. But what I'm understanding is we're talking about how information gets passed down to children, whether it's being told or neurological, because fear is something that you can pass down to your children through your DNA. And then I also heard a part about different groups of people coming up with the same ideas, but in different places. And I came up and I asked for the example like pottery, because like pottery has its own like origin story, but like different groups of people learns how to do their own pottery at different places and different times and things like that. It doesn't just pop up with one tribe, and that tribe taught that tribe, and that tribe taught that tribe. And that's the same thing when it comes to agriculture and domesticating animals. And I feel like some things that you would call scientific, it's just like a natural cultivation of the land that you're living on. But I can be completely off because I'm still confused about what we were talking about. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, thank you for actually bringing it back. Okay, because that's kind of where I was going to go with it. So, yes, basically, um, so yes, we got way off top. It's actually still on topics, but we're not really talking about the epigenetics of it. More so, like you said, like agriculture, things that come up just by being in the space. I kind of already went over this, but things that come up by just being in the space that we can point to, so that when we're going through history and culture and the studies that a lot of us do, maybe we can start picking that out more. Basically, maybe start putting aside or making a line to the ones who have a certain not just agriculture and stuff, but like, let's say, principles, like, and stuff, because after agriculture and pottery and stuff like that, then you got ideals and principles and philosophies and all that shit. So basically, kind of like you said, that helps. So if we can trace the commonalities of the principles and philosophies, kind of in the same way that we can look and see that this culture had agriculture, but this culture on the other side of the world also had agriculture. So that must be something that comes off of living on the earth around plants and things like that. That's something that would naturally occur, passed down genetically or not. That's something that will naturally occur with living in the space. So, because those things are going to be fundamental to, or have always been fundamental to living in the space, and we still living in the space too. So it's kind of a thing to where if we are going to have so many principles and so many philosophies and things, that we should start looking at the commonalities and like the essential, basically it's the first principles, look at it, like the essential part of the thing, or the roots of the tree, basically, and not just the branches and the epigenetics and all. That's the branches. I'm talking about the roots. So yes, that's pretty much where we are. And yes, you kind of brought it back, but that kind of gets my point across of maybe that's what we can start doing. Basically, start connecting those dots more from a philosophical and religious and like general principles perspective, just like we do with pottery and agriculture.
So
You know,
if we
wait, I have my let me go. I have my hand up for a second before I lose it. Like what I'm trying to say. I think the roots of the tree. Well, first, like back to the brothers' conversation. I don't think anything is ever created. I think everything is discovered because the universe is here, and things in the universe can be arranged in particular ways for us to see how it works, right? And then I think the root, coming back to what you were saying, I think the root and the connection amongst all of us is our ability to observe the patterns in the environment around us, which will allow us to see what the laws of our environment are. Like, and we don't need to. It doesn't need to be an esoteric metaphysical explanation to understand, like, people in cold environments or environments that where it gets cold saw animal skins as a source of clothing. Like, we don't have to have you don't have to have evidence of cultural contact to see that as something that is a base human, behavior. Like, humans can observe that dynamic from just observing nature. Likewise, humans can observe, like in reference to pottery and clay and how it's molded. Humans can observe water hitting the earth and its ability to mold earth in certain patterns and consistencies, and then somebody's picking that up to see. All of us has played with mud when we used to go outside, and then our desire to create something from that. I think that's human pattern that emerges from engaging in nature. Likewise, the worship of ancestors, our ancestral communication. Like, we all have ancestors. That's something that is ubiquitous amongst humankind, but we all don't have a story, like I was saying earlier, of the boatman that ferries us across the river of life. When you have something specific like that inside multiple cultures that are inside of like a similar geographical region, there's more of an argument for cultural contact rather than natural human pattern recognition, or observing natural laws, because that's a specific thing. It's not just ancestors, but it's a boatman that you pay money to that ferries you across the water. That's a very specific cultural element there, right? So I think that's the thing. Like, humans, we have the ability to perceive patterns in nature and then observe those patterns and use them for our benefit. And I think that can explain a lot of similarities in human cultural behavior.
Yeah, that's yeah. um, I would like to add, imagination has a lot to do with it as well. I'm gonna go back to the example with the cold climate, right? Um, Observation plays a part because the human being can see that the bear stays warm even when it gets cold outside by way of due to its fur. But it took imagination to say, well, let me cut the fur off this bear and see if it keeps me warm. And then that, like the brother in box you were saying earlier, a little bit before I spoke, that is the pattern that right there, that imagination sparked a pattern, right, of maybe the rest of his village starting to now wear bear clothes through the winter because it keeps them warm. Now, cultural, this goes back to cultural exchange, and as Sister Issa Queen was saying, how do we share and pass down certain information, right? Far by way of cultural exchange, they could have came into another culture, and another culture might have been driven out of their land into their land, and this culture may have never lived in a colder climate. However, they have the ability to pick up patterns, like the brother was saying, and say, wait a minute, well, these people are using bearskin to keep them warm from the cold climates. So it would be wise for us to mimic what they're doing, because just as it's keeping them alive, it'll keep us alive as well. You see what I'm saying? I do agree that we don't have to get too philosophical or too esoteric um, to understand those core patterns and how life function in that way. Um, Philosophy and esotericism normally works when one is trying, or normally is practiced when one is trying to figure out what the basis of this experience that we call life is, right? Because we understand that all of we can't get the understanding, or the understanding, as a lot of people use, of all of this life through just the simple senses that we have, right? Because we understand that we only see a small fractal of the light spectrum. So we're missing so much more, right? We only feel what we think is physical. So there's so much more that we're missing when it comes to feeling, and it's just these things that we don't pay attention to. But where the esotericism and the philosophy comes in is when there are people that do pay attention to those things, right? And we can even see that in science, where sometimes paying attention to the metaphysics of things actually play off into helping us understand a little more about the world that we live in, right? Let's think about the colors, right? The color spectrum was discovered accidentally, right? Wasn't nobody out here trying to discover, hey, let's see if we can get rainbows through glasses, or if we can measure the electromagnetism of blue, red, and yellow, and da 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 da. No, a piece of glass fell on the floor, a rainbow came out of it. The person was like, hey, maybe these colors can be measured. They started measuring them. Then they say, well, wait a minute. Okay, well, we can measure the colors we can see, but there's also a measurement where the light is not hitting. So is there lights that we can't see? Oh, well, wait a minute. Let's try to measure that. Oh, it is lights that we can't see. Well, let's go deeper into that. So just having the hunger to explore more and more and go deeper and deeper and just trying to understand again this reality that we live in, or this experience that we call life, right? I think that's where the philosophical and the esotericism is more useful in, because it's not so apparent to our senses. You see what I'm saying? I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yo, I love how a few of y'all have eventually agreed with me in my original statement, in your statements then after. But if we're talking about principles and the principles of these cultures, all the principles come back to the same conclusion, because all of us have the same stars in the sky, all of us have the same planets. And when the cultures get to the point of doing esoteric knowledge and stuff like this, we have the same divine principles. They may have different names, but the stories that go along with these energies and these names are describing the same type of energies. And these are the same energies that affect and connect each and every one of us in this realm of existence. We can start with the law of mentalism and how everything comes from the mind. There isn't one ancient culture, whether they were connected in history or not, that does not tell you that everything in this reality comes from the mind first. So if it all comes from the mind, then we're all connected. So it's not rocket science how we end up making similar architecture, how we end up with similar principles, how we end up with similar artwork, because we're a part of a collective consciousness, and the inhabitation of these bodies is the only thing that gives us the perception that we're separate. So I'll land my plane there.
So, like, of course, I agree with that, because that Hermetic principle, I think, comes out of the Menphite theology. When Ptas, which the Christians copied, or the Greeks copied, called the Logos, then the Christians copied and called it Christ. But Ptah is originally, its original name was Hu, and that's the divine insight of Ptah to create from his Thea, which is his mind, right? So I agree with that principle per se, and that everything is patterns and can be observed. But in some conversations, it's important to be able to physically trace where things come from in order to get clarity on what we're dealing with on the ground. Because if we just say everything comes from everything, then that allows for people to come up with and create these stories that have no basis in reality. That's the same as saying, well, everybody, just let everybody have their origin story, and let's just take it for that. The Zulus come from the stars, the Vikings come from the middle of the sea, the Native Americans come from rock people, and all of these different fantastical stories exist, and that all of this is reality. And that doesn't that and that had its place in time when mankind had a consciousness that's, like, I guess it's called the Bronze Age consciousness, where it was more mythological in its thinking. But when the discoveries that we have today does not come from that type of consciousness. It comes from being able to validate what we are able to say, see, and do. You understand? That's why, not invalidate, though. We don't have to invalidate things. You don't have to say, like, there's no such thing as life on other planets or something like that. But we can just say, like, there's no evidence that life on other planets came to this planet to do anything, right? We don't, so it's not invalidating the unknown, but it's simply placing more validation on the known. Because people, and it's important to do that, because then people just come up with all of these stories to say where they're from. And then I wanted to, while I was quiet for a second, I was researching something I heard, but I needed to find out for myself, right? And when Herodotus was talking about Arabia, he said that the Arabians they worshipped Dionysus and Aphrodite, right? And then he says that because he looked at their rites, their mystical rites of initiation that they took their people through in order to experience altered state of consciousness, and he said those were the same rites that they had in Greece. And then, so looking at that and then taking our understanding of history, we know that the ancient Egyptians conquered Mesopotamia, the Arabian region, and brought their spirituality over there. So it's not necessarily that the Greeks were over there first, but the ancient Egyptians had a hand in the creation of the mystical rites of Arabia prior to the rise of Islam and the introduction of Christianity. But that only comes once you know the historical connections that existed, prior to a certain time period. Other than that, you could, if you didn't know the historical connections that existed, you could just say, well, everybody was having the same thought at the same time and came up with similar rites of passages. Or you can see the facts on the ground, connections that explain why these things are similar.
Okay, so just because there is facts and proof on the ground does not discredit the 90% that you can't see. And a lot of other people actually agree with me on this. Now, when we actually start looking at a lot of the doctrine and a lot of the text that was left, which are the original principles, and a lot of these religions or forms of thought that you see are degraded elementary versions of what is the original. So to find the original, what you want to do is look at what is concrete evidence left behind. So to prove something supernatural to a non-believer, you would have to leave behind some evidence of something that is supernatural. And that evidence is the megalithic structures that cannot be duplicated that are left all around the world. The first one that I'll use is you're saying, oh, look at all these different creation stories. There was no ancient wars in the sky with spaceships before planes were even invented. But when you go and you turn around and you look at some of these megalithic structures that are in India, you start to wonder how they were even able to do that with their level of so-called Bronze Age technology. But then when you look at the text is literally the precursor to Star Trek and Star Wars. The text that was left in these megalithic structures that are telling you that all is mind and everything is connected in planes of existence that you cannot see. They can't even explain with today's science how these things were created. They couldn't even duplicate it today if they tried. So how can you explain something that is beyond what you could even fathom? And your current limitation is what science tells you is their limitation of understanding. But all you have to do is stop forsaking your forefathers and your ancestors and actually read the text, and then go look at other texts with other megalithic structures and see what their story is and start seeing the connections. Because like you said, yes, there are connections in history. It's just that you're only going off of a history that was told to you by people that ain't from real culture. But if you start studying the cultures of your different ancestors that are from around the world, you'll start seeing these connections. I'm gonna lay my plane there.
Blessings, blessings. Um, I do believe it's very important to look at older cultures and how they pass down information and how information got passed down through that way, because that is something that is a real interesting sect there, because what we find is like I said earlier when I
You cut out there. I think the brother cut out, but um, one of the texts that I'm referring to, especially the Indian text, is called the Mahabharata. And then, of course, if you want to
Oh,
look up the text of
I
the
apologize,
pyramids,
y'all.
look
My
at
mother-in-law was calling me. Oh, I apologize, y'all. My mother was calling me, and so basically, I was saying about passing down culture and culture. Now, these stories that we get, the Bible, the Vedas, the Qurans, um, when you read these texts or you read these stories or you read the writings on the wall, it's very clear that these texts are number one, they're mostly metaphorical. They're not actual things that actually happen. I know I get into a lot of conversations about the the Egyptian deities or the Mesopotamian deities, and I have to explain that these deities aren't something like Christians think of God. No, they didn't think of these deities like that. They thought of them of principles of nature, right? So when we think of Mayat, or when we think of Ra, or when we think of Neftut, right? We think of the principle that's associated with these deities. We don't think of the deities in a humanoid-like structure that we see on the wall. We do understand that when they do put them in deity form is just for us to understand, from our perspective, because as humans we resonate with things that look like us. We resonate with things that operate like how we operate. So it will only be wise to put these teachings in a way that we could resonate on a lower level. um However, it takes me further to the brother was saying earlier that hey, was there spacecrafts or was it a war in space? Well, when we do see these things, what do? We see helicopters on the pyramids. When we go into those things, we see, when we actually take a look at these things, there are things on the walls, or there are things in these Coptic scripts that seem very bizarre, because we look at aliens as a new thing. Oh, well, everybody trying to find aliens. Everybody trying to find aliens. But then when you look at these scripts, you see saucers and UFOs, and you see the seed of life, and you see, the Assyrians wearing a watch, and so this is also proof of these people. Like, people think of primitive as dumber or stupid, or they wasn't advanced. But when we actually take a look at that, we see these people were very advanced, right? And like the brother earlier was also saying how, I'll give it a great example, the pyramids, right? Nobody today, no archaeologist or no construction worker, nobody that built megalithic structures, to the people that built the Eiffel Tower, don't know how the pyramids was built. You see what I'm saying? However, if we read the Emerald tablets, they clearly states and tells us how the pyramids was built. And when you get in depth with it, we understand why nobody today know how to build the pyramids, because they wasn't built from the ground up. We also see that the reason for the people who haven't been in the pyramids and the people who have been in the pyramids confirm what the text say. The reason they don't know how they was built from the ground up is because the pyramid is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Because it's a Merkaba. It's not a three-dimensional triangle like everybody like to believe, but it's two interlinking triangles, right? One underground and one above ground. So when we understand this, right, then we can say, oh, okay, what else can we find? Well, one reason it can't be built from the ground up is because actually what you find, it was built from the top down. Now that's hard for us because we don't, in this day and age.
That was all bullshit. I don't, nigga, what? What?
Napa, don't be Napa and don't start.
Out of here with that
I
shit.
was
This a
next.
Merkaba.
I, I was next. Don't start. Um, I'm gonna say what Napa was saying, but kind of nicer, because like I'm sorry, brother Humble, but there's mad theories out there of how they built the pyramids. Like I feel like what y'all looking for is a video recording of how y'all build the pyramids, and then we're not gonna find that. And I think that's what kind of messes y'all up, because this idea that nobody has ever tried to redo it, that's not true. And the idea that, the only things that tells you how to build the pyramids is on the walls and in the stories, that's not true either. Like there's actually papyrus out there that tells you these things. But I feel like we've said this stuff before. And a part of the issue that I be having with this conversation, especially when it comes to the pyramids, is that the people who want to believe in something outside of us, something more mystical, built the pyramids, don't even bother to look at the scientific evidence of how it was built. I don't think y'all bother at all, because if y'all bothered, y'all should put those things into your speech when you're talking about it, so we know that you read this other information out there. Because it's not fair to keep on making us repeat ourselves over and over and over again without y'all actually like looking up this information at this point.
Sister, it's a queen. I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I think observing the Abrahamic faiths and their traditions and their religions and how they go hard and go strong and continue to proselytize and missionatize, whatever, all the time. I think that this conversation is going to have to be continuously had in various shapes, forms, and fashions, as long as people like Billy Carson and Graham Hancock and all of these other people exist and they're popular in the media and they're able to propagate their ideas to the masses, because it's easier to appeal to people's fantastical mindset, the mythological mindset, the Bronze Age mindset that we still have. Like, we still have grown adults still believing that Jesus Christ is a real figure and that monkeys and donkeys are talking and all this other, not monkeys, but donkeys are talking, and people are living in Wales and these people are 60, 70 years old, and they still believe these things. And so then it shouldn't surprise us that it's easy for people to break out of one paradigm, and then jump into another one. Although they've done the critical analysis to say this doesn't make sense over here, but they still get kind of caught up over here. It's just like a person becoming, transferring from a Christian to a Muslim. They just transfer paradigms. So we're always going to have these conversations. I think we should embrace that because it's never going to end. Because
We should
new people get born all the time.
we should have these conversations because the same way that you projected how people fall into the trap.
Why did you cut me off? You could have waited for me to end.
Oh, you weren't done?
I mean, I can end it, but I'm just saying you could have just waited for me to end. You did kind of
Oh, I
cut me
thought you
off
were
in the middle.
done. I thought you were done. What else do you want to say?
Oh, well, let me go on. So, and so because it's very easy for a person to still go into mythological understanding because people don't like to read. You understand? People like to watch videos. This is what we have nowadays. We're engaging in video scholarship conversation instead of actual research conversation, and then challenging the research. Where did you come up with this? And then challenging what people write. Is this a download that has no verifiable existence outside of your perception? Or is this something that can be historically validated? I think that is important versus just saying this is some theory that I've come up with that everybody should believe. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Yeah, you're definitely right. That does happen a lot. Unfortunately, that's not one of those situations because when you actually do read the text, it actually makes even more sense than what people are getting from YouTube because you now have the authority to be able to decipher the text for yourself and to come to your own conclusions, right? That's what it means to actually be a scholar, taking into consideration all information and not getting caught up in one specific doctrine or allowing yourself to be limited by a false sense of education, because that's really what it is. It's a sense of egoism through which we only able to receive information from a certain source, or a certain source with a false sense of credibility, as if that is intelligence, when it's not intelligence. Because what we have to do is look at the facts, we have to look at the evidence. And the biggest evidence and some of the largest mysteries is the fact that people don't read the books that were actually found in these megalithic structures, specifically the Mahabharata. Right? If you actually read the text, it makes sense rather than just watching Billy Carson, because that would be the only thing that you know about it. And if you listen to Billy Carson, that would make anybody say that it's bullshit, as well as Graham Hancock. You have to be intelligent enough to read and then do your research on etymology on words. And then you have to have knowledge of astrology to even understand these texts on a greater level. You're not going to learn this type of thing from a college education. You're not going to learn this in theology. You're not going to learn how to do this in theology. It's not going to teach you that. Theology is going to limit you to the perspective that they want you to have. Whatever is in their history books is what the true history is. You are limited by that. You can't even allow your ancestors to leave anything behind for you to truly believe that was actual history, because you would rather let someone who has an agenda to control you tell you what actually happened rather than reading for yourself. So I'll land my plane right there.
Yeah, that's facts. Also, another benefit that reading the text for yourself have is it allow you to explore other methods that the national scientists don't come up with. I remember Sister Issa Coin was talking about like we stick with the pyramids. There is scientists who try to talk about how the pyramids was built. The issue is none of those ways stand up. You see what I'm saying? 100,000 people built the pyramid. That's impossible. Not even 100,000 people can move something that is 500,000 tons. It's not possible. However, when you read, some of these scripts, it do talk about acoustic levitation, which would make way more sense than just somebody trying to pull it, or a levy and a puller, or somebody walking up the slopes with a scale. It explains why this structure was able to be built from the top down and not from the bottom up. Because if you levitate something, if you have the ability to levitate something millions or thousands of tons heavier than you, then you can build anything you want in any shape you want, right? I remember I was watching Star Talk the other day, and the dude was like, "Yeah, the best." Oh no, matter of fact, it was Joe Rogan. He had Neil deGrasse Tyson in, and Joe Rogan was like, "The best understanding we have of Stonehenge is a pile of rocks aligned." And Neil was like, "What? The best the best thing we understand about Stonehenge is that it is an astrological tracking system. We don't know how they put the blocks together. We don't know, what methods they use, but we know that these people were advanced enough to build an astrological tracking system. Now, it will only make sense that, hey, they had no technology at that time to physically lift and move these blocks. But when we hear about these things called acoustic levitation, that would make way more sense, because now I'm able to effortlessly, using the sound waves of the earth, to move these things into structures that we want to move into so we can track the stars around us. You see what I'm saying? So this is the importance of not, like the brother said, not putting yourself in a box to say, okay, this is how it must have been done, and let me try to fit this into everything around me, but learning new concepts and say, oh, this is interesting. This is what this said, how it happened. Let me look into this. And then when you go and look into cymatics, you think, oh, everything is vibration, everything is sound. So this is how they could have manipulated that. And then when you go into quantum particles and quantum physics, you notice they use a form of cymatics to even manipulate the quantum particles and how they move. And then you find out, oh, so this was around way before physics. This was around way before that. They had to have some understanding of this to build that we're now rediscovering of how this happened. So it is a way to put A, B, and C together without being stuck in the box of misinformation that people want you to have, or people want to perceive you to have. Oh, well, you gotta believe in this, or this is how it was done. It couldn't have been done no way else. But then when you go and actually read, you find out, oh, wait a minute. This is what it says how it's done. It don't match nothing to what y'all said. And when we actually put this into practical application, it works. That's the thing. The things that you read out of the papyruses, the things that you read on the tablets, they work. But nobody ever is just like what Box 2 said, right? It's not about discrediting anything, but it's about giving credit or looking at the things that people overlooked in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And that's what need to get more credit. You know what I'm saying? And I land my plane with that, y'all.
Okay, real quick.
I get. Oh, go
This is
ahead.
amazing right now. Issa, I do got a role here. I can come to the. I'm gonna pass the panel to you, but and I don't know why everybody's, since I got that call, my shit is low, so I'm kind of hearing everything everybody's saying. But yeah, that's man. First of
I
all,
want to say
just
something real
real
quick.
quick.
Wait, he has to go, so he's about to pass me the panel. And
Okay, yeah, go
Nastig,
ahead.
when we go, I got you.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Afri.
Kind of like the pyramids. I'll make it quick because this, kind of like the pyramid thing. Like we went into cymatics, have read all on cymatics, quantum this and everything, but have skipped over the Meyer papyrus, like that actually describes the building of it. Like you don't have to jump around information. You can go right to the papyrus that speaks of it. And when we drawing to our own conclusion, this is why science and the scientific method exists, and critical thinking and first principles thinking and laws of logic. This is here so that we can get around our suppositions and not just jump to a conclusion. That's the difference between, say, astrology and astronomy, or a pseudoscience and a science, is the method of coming to a conclusion. Like looking at saying that cymatics exists, therefore that's how the pyramids were built, and using that to come to a conclusion is highly unscientific and doesn't even follow the basic laws of logic or reasoning, especially not deductive reasoning. So these are for specific methods of ways of thinking that you need to know before you even dive into a subject, actually. So that when you dive into that subject, you know how to disseminate information regardless of the information. And so that we don't just gravitate towards the information that makes us feel good or that we resonate with or boosts our egos or that's cool. Using cymatics and quantum physics and things to move 2-ton blocks may be cooler than using a rope and pulley. But if the rope and pulley is the actual history, then that's what we go with. And if that's what we have the more data for, then that's what we're going with, especially since we haven't reproduced even the cymatics aspect of it. So we're saying we're not reproducing or don't know how to build the pyramids or can't reproduce it. But even the parts in people's theories, we're not reproducing that. We don't have a 2-ton rock that's being moved with cymatics, or that has been moved with cymatics, or with sound in general. So once we realize that if we say everything is vibration, that's cool, but there's more to vibration when it comes to building the pyramids. There's a lot between vibration and building a structure, or vibration and 1,000 generations of humans, or vibration in this phone. There's a long path between those two things to where we make it so arbitrary. But either way, I'm gonna pass this to you, Issa. I do want to get into this conversation, so I'm gonna try to come to your panel I got some shit to do right now, and I'm trying to get back by 9. So I am gonna pass it, but I'm gonna try to come into your live and address some of this shit that I'm pretty sure I heard, because it's pseudo drenched right now. And when I mean that in the way of thinking and the way of coming to conclusions, basically. So that was it.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are. If you're not following me, please follow me so you can follow the conversation to the next panel for new people. Yeah, it would seem that way.
Do how they really feel. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I've definitely noticed it.
What? There you go.
Ruby, you got a hot mic?
So,
Ruby, you got a hot mic?
Is Ruby here?
Right.
Oh.
Ruby's not here.
Oh, sorry, that's box 4, I think.
agnostic.
Yeah.
Oh, we was hearing your conversation. If you was talking to somebody in the background, that's what he was calling you.
Oh no.
You want to start off with what you had to say, and then I could go after you, and then we could start raising hands from there.
Yeah.
What's up,
We
everybody coming in?
I'm gonna hop on Fusion's train, and basically, yeah, like we do have fucking all over the walls. Not just the paparazzi, we all over the walls. We have depictions of how the fucking bitch was built. Like, what the fuck? It's not that serious. And it seems like the motherfuckers that making it such a mystery are the ones that know the least about this shit, or even try all this research that they talking about, but y'all don't know about that shit. And they weren't perfect either. They have
Hey,
papyri with a
Munchie.
prescription for rocks in the stomach to
Hey
cure
everybody.
fucking cancer.
What's up,
And we
Ashley?
know that it didn't work because the mummies have exist. The mummies were found with rocks in the stomach, had also cancer. So it's like they're people with identity crisis find these groups of in ancient history and put them in a pedestal that for some reason they think that everybody doesn't study. And that was it.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that because I always find it funny that the conversation always leads to mudslinging and all that other extra shit, but whatever. And I feel like because the pyramids are so grand and they can't fathom how it was created, the information that was left for us to find isn't good enough. And I also find it funny, like Fusion said, it's like y'all, there's a whole big step that y'all are missing within the information is actually being able to do it. There's actually more information saying that these people did it on their own than the information that y'all are reading, but y'all are stuck there and then won't even try this. Because, like I said before, it would be different if you actually looked into the papyruses. And as much as you feel like we're on one side of the conversation, I would beg to differ because which one of us hasn't looked into the emerald tablets before or seen the symbols of the quote unquote UFOs and things like that? Like we've seen that stuff. But we've also took it a step further and looked up different things. And I feel like that's the part that y'all are missing, because as much as we can look up the stuff that y'all are talking about, I have yet to hear you guys speak upon those papyruses that tells you what they were doing. Go ahead, Vitamin.
Yeah, and in reference to the Emerald tablets, I think we need to be clear. The Emerald tablets are not an ancient document. Like, it's a Greco-Egyptian document that dates back to the second century BC. Any conversation, and then what makes it, I mean, people are amazed at the scientific literacy inside the document, but they don't understand. It's as if though they don't understand. Like, the Egyptians couched their philosophical and scientific understanding within their spirituality. You know, like the Ogdok, for instance, the eight primordial principles of creation. Some could theorize and say that's the four elements of creation in both an active and passive state prior to manifestation, right? You know, they could just and then but then it looks like that's it, because when the Greeks went in there after they came out, they started making all these different philosophies. I was trying to think of the person who, the Greek philosopher that was discussing atoms being the basic building block of all of creation. Not to mention the atom is like the atom is very similar to atom inside the ancient Egyptian pantheon, which was the first to manifest out of non creation, or out of the noon. You know, and then that to be the building block of all of creation. Like, it's interesting, but then you get these conversations about the emerald tablets as if though they're older than the Greco-Egyptian period, which is fourth century BC and not before. And then the discussion that this Jehuti Toth is a figure that can be found in all of these different spaces. That's a conversation that really needs to be curbed. Any discussion about the Emerald Tablets being older than that is simply not. You don't have any justification, any evidence for it besides somebody saying it. There's no documentation of any of written records. It's going back 36,000, 35,000 years. That's just a statement that's sensationalism for people to believe in.
The Greek philosopher you was looking for was Democritus, I think. Is that the one you
Yes.
was talking about?
Democritus, yeah,
Yeah.
Democritus.
Right.
And the people that built um a lot of these structures, a lot of them kept diaries, the same way in the construction field, the amount of people are logged and the equipment is logged. Yeah, they did that back then too.
Anybody ever seen that show on Netflix, Ancient Mysteries yet? If you haven't, you should go watch it. They were just talking about the democracy, like all of that. A bunch of episodes. Pretty dope.
What's up, Azul? What's up, everybody coming in? Thank you for the gifts. Yeah, no, I haven't watched it. I kind of, uh, for sometimes I try to stay away from some of those type of shows because of the sensationalism of the show. Like it, and I'm not saying that the people that find pleasure in watching these shows and like the information are doing this, but the people that are putting this information out as if they are facts, like I feel like they're doing us a disservice.
They are.
And
And they do the same thing with
Oh no,
documentaries too.
I'm not saying like
yeah,
take it in literal sense, but in every story, it has to be a little bit of truth.
Why not just get the full story? Just go read the damn book and get the full information instead of taking it from our mouths. Like, you really shouldn't be
Oh,
freaking believing any fucking thing we say. You should literally go look up the book with all the entire information. Like, there's literally, you should get the information directly from the source and get
So
all of it.
Yeah, you should cross reference, man. You
so
shouldn't get stuck on
the
that shit. You gotta
Chia
For
cross
real.
reference that
papyrus.
shit. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I do think we need to understand something. the
read a lot of
Chiap
books.
Papyrus talks about the Great Pyramid of Giza. It talks about what organization built the Great Pyramids of Giza, but it don't tell you how they were built.
The Diary of Mer is the person who actually oversaw the Pyramid of Giza. It
Right.
logs
That's the
the
Cheops
chief
Papyrus.
inspectors, the title of the inspectors. I mean, it breaks it down in layman's terms.
Right, hold on, y'all. Swan raised her hand, and then we go on to Napa. I think Napa was trying to say something as well.
What I want to say is this: is that you guys are right when you said that they just sticking to the books that they're reading and not going outside of them, and they're not using their own like mindsets, because we hear the, oh my God, they built these pyramids. It's so amazing. The way it is structured. No man today can build anything like this. Now, with my own mindset, I'm really supposed to believe that. I'm really supposed to believe that today they can't build no fucking pyramid or anything that was built back then. Even with things in your face today, it's all kinds of structures being made from back in the day and today. Oh, the edging is so sharp. You can't get, you think you can't, they can't do that shit today. Stop it.
Right. So I don't think the argument is they can't do that today. I would say that the argument is with the precision that
And that's my point. Well, how come these
right.
people? My thing is this: how come it's so amazing that people back then had some kind of a way to make this structure? Why is it so goddamn amazing? Like for instance, 100, 1,000 years from now, they're going to be amazed that we were building whatever we built today. Oh my God, how were they able to do that? They're going to be amazed. They didn't
Well, so
have this
here's
so
the
and so
thing
back
about the
then.
precision,
How'd they
right?
do that?
Here's the thing about the precision, right, Swan? The thing when we're comparing the precision of how things were built back then, or let's stay on the pyramids. The thing is the
But we don't
precision
even
of
know the
how the
pyramid
pyramids was built
precision, brother.
to how,
Brother,
let's say,
they're
the
telling us
Eiffel
these
Tower.
things, humble,
Right. You said
humble. They're
show
telling
you.
us.
Hold on 1 second. I
Listen,
got you. I got you.
they
I
have.
got you.
Listen, with the
So the
measurements. Oh my God, guys, it's so pristine. It's so on point.
right.
It's so out of this world. The measurements, the preciseness of this.
Right. And
The
that's what's
aliens
shocking
had to have
because
done it.
that's what we can't do today. Right? It's the
Wait,
precision that we can't build with today.
But we
Even
don't
with
even know that.
cranes
We don't
and
even know.
even
Look,
with
look,
laser
look.
technology,
Humble.
we
We don't
can't
know
build to the
about the
precision of
precision
these
of those
people.
pyramids. I don't even
right,
know
but
those.
that's
They're
not
telling me.
true. Yeah, that's not
I
true. But
can't
let
I
Napa get
don't
in
think
here.
Issa is allowing us to post pictures.
Misinformation.
I can't post pictures in the comments. I'm sorry, y'all.
I got you. Let me hold on, y'all. I'm gonna fix that. But let Napa get in there. Go ahead, Napa.
I'll be quick though, cause I'm working. But there's a dude named Josh Gates. Oh, hold on, 1 second, 1 second. There was a dude named Josh Gates who went out to Egypt to get some limestones. He got a team together, and they would build a small version of the pyramids. And
You
the
could try
limestones were
now.
still the same. The
Sorry,
limestones were still
Napa.
the same. They were the same size as the original stones, about a couple of tons or whatever. But yeah, he was able to replicate the pyramids, the building of the pyramids. We can still do it, but there's really no reason to build a pyramid. They built that pyramid to bury their pharaohs. So we don't have cultures like that anymore. We don't care about that. And Egypt is a Muslim country now, so they don't have to build pyramids for their leaders anymore. So when people say we can't do it now, I mean we can do it. There's just no reason to do it. We don't. There's no function behind it. We could do it for experiment purposes. Another guy in Japan did it a few years ago, and it was the same model, the same principle. He moved these large structures with manual labor, and he built a semi smaller, a little smaller than the original one. Now the one in the middle, the pyramid in the middle, is the one that we're all marveled at. The other two that you guys see are a little crooked. There's holes in them. They're not as perfect. They're not as beautiful as that one in the middle that we all love to observe. And if you go inside
Yo,
them,
why don't you
it's
guys
not.
get
It's a
together and help
very
Diddy,
narrow
man?
path.
Y'all left Diddy
Hold on.
alone after y'all went to them free calls, man. Y'all got that baby all up on you, man. You gotta help a nigga.
Fuck Diddy. Fuck that.
It's a very narrow. It's not a humble. What did you say it was earlier, bro? You said it was a something like if you go into the pyramids, there's no hieroglyphs. It's just a long hallway, and then when you get to the bottom, it's an empty room because they moved everything to the Museum of Cairo, which is about 5 miles away. So if you want to see all the artifacts, it's in the museum. But if you go inside the pyramid, there's nothing in there. There's no writing. There's no hieroglyphs. There's no tombs. There's nothing in there. It's not. There's no mysteries. Now there's one that they just recently found a room that they didn't find recently, but it's still an empty room. It still was empty. It was there's no special vessels and chambers and all that shit. So people are starting making shit up, man, and it gets ridiculous. And it shows like the dude mentioned earlier. You guys mentioned this show on a History Channel, and they have Nazi UFO shows and aliens built the pyramid. It shows like that fucked up the American mind and have y'all thinking that aliens built that shit. And I think that shit is so it's obvious. It's so obvious that it's bullshit. I'm just surprised that 40+ year olds are falling for the okie doke. My 10-year-olds know that's foolish. I have 10-year-olds that know that's some foolish shit. That aliens built from the top down. Everything in nature is built from the bottom up. There's nothing that you've ever seen ever in the history of mankind that's built from the top down by some extraterrestrial species. So it's all
Never.
bullshit. And
It
Krabs,
was
I see you
magic.
looking, bro. Krabs, you can't debate me on that. Give me some examples and proof, and not some ancient mythologies.
It was
Why we
Egyptian
hold the
magic.
ancient? Yeah, bro. Go ahead. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on real quick too as well. And I appreciate what you wrote, you put in the comments, humble. But one thing that the papyrus does talk about, it describes how the blocks were loaded onto boats. It describes the number of people it took to do that. And none of that talks about schematics or any of things that y'all are talking about. And these are the people that are talking about it, right? They talk about, and this is the papyrus. This is not even, I'm talking about what scientists are saying. This is what the papyrus is saying. Um, they talk about the different shifts that they have between the laborers. Never do they talk about aliens in on a shift or like like delegating a shift of people. They don't talk about that. Um, and they found the canals that they use to move everything. It's like it's all of this evidence, and this is coming from them. And it's like I overlook what they're saying because the fantastical version of it sounds better. And it's not even that you're finding the fantastical way to build the pyramids, you're connecting fantastical pictures with the pyramids. You get what I mean? Like, I know it sounds a little dumb,
Right.
but what you're
No.
doing is you see that they have like they have pictures of vibrations and moving things. Where in those pictures does it show me that they moved those things to build one of the pyramids? It doesn't show
And
you that.
right. And so now when we say
So wait,
aliens built
hold
the
on.
pyramid, oh
Okay,
go ahead, sister. I apologize.
hold on. You can't land my plane for me. So, but I'm gonna land with this because I know you wanna respond. But I just want to for you to recognize what we mean by cross-referencing information. You're taking a mythology, you're taking pictures and what you believe something to be. Because just like how you say to us, we're not there to see how it's built, but you're not there to talk to them to see what that symbol means. Y'all are speculating just as much as how you feel we're speculating, right? And with that being said, I'm gonna pass it to you, humble.
I apologize, sister. It's queen. My fault. My fault. I thought you was done. My bad. And one thing I concede on is when we talk about aliens building things, right? Absolutely not. I wouldn't say oh well, aliens or a different race of people came down and they built. No, 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 no. However, see when we use the word primitive, we have this idea of less intelligent, right? And so when we bring out things such as acoustic levitation, which we know that they had access to, like we have access to that now, right? The monks over in Tibet, right? They still do this. Use acoustic levitations to move big boulders and stuff, right? But so this is something that is in the realm of human capability, you know. Um, Now, when we go to understanding what these things are, right? Um, I remember the brother was saying, some of the pyramids are used for burial chambers, right? Yes, some of them are, but all of them is not. That's why I said earlier, right? When you go inside the pyramids, right, they're bigger on the inside than they are on the outside because you only see the top of the pyramid, right? You only see the top of it. You don't see the whole thing. And so we have this, we also had this place, since we name it places, called Coral Castle. I forget the dude that built Coral Castle, but there was this skinny dude, and he was like 80 years old. And he built this whole castle system, right? Everything moved and all of this, and all of these blocks were over at least 100 tons. And everybody was wondering, how did this one dude put all of this together? So then they came up with, well, let's see if he used the pulley system, or let's see if he used the mud and slide system. None of these systems, even when we're talking about megalithic structures, none of these systems that the scientists try to theorize on, they don't work for these things because it's too big. You see what I'm saying? So the only thing that would, or if we would be theorizing, it's something that can take this thing off the ground without exerting so much force and energy. And the only thing that if we're theorizing, if we experiment with things, the only thing that comes close to that is acoustic levitation, right? Because you don't need much energy to move things with acoustic levitation. All you need to do is vibrate the air around it faster to make it move. You see what I'm saying? So these are solid. These aren't concepts that we're like, hey, this is mystical and it sounds cool, so we want it to be right. No, these are things that scientists are now working with today and saying, what? Wait a minute. Why haven't we been doing this? Why haven't we been utilizing this? You see what I'm saying? And because they're now like this is to us, the western side of the world, this is something new. They wasn't always on this type of things, right? Oh, well, we can use sound for this and we can use sound for that. These are new things, and that's the class that we call cymatics, right? That sound, we can use sound to form a whole new version of our reality. But this is the information that they been had back in the day. You see what I'm saying? And when we read, when we was reading, like we was just talking about the Chiat papyrus, right? Of course they, okay, we have a way to get it from the quarry that's 2,000 miles away all the way up here. You see what I'm saying? But I think again the big thing that we missing in the papyrus is it doesn't tell us specifically how it was built. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's is what's important, that we have to theorize over. It's all a theory, right? Because just like you said, sister, we don't know. We wasn't back then, but it's about what theory sounds most plausible, right? What theory do you say, okay, they could have used a chain and a pulley, or they could have, used a ramp, but now let's see how much energy is needed to build that. You see what I'm saying? Now we have to keep in mind, not even 100,000 people can move one of these stones. So if they was doing it on a ramp, that would be impossible because they can't move it, period. So how are they going to move it up a ramp? So the only thing necessary is that don't take that much energy is acoustic levitation. So I would say, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, I would say that it's more so about eliminating a process of elimination, right? And I land my plane with that.
But where does it say
I,
100,000 people can't move this? Where you getting that from?
right, hold on, Swan, because I raised your hand. We got we're gonna get to that. Um, right.
It was Napa.
I'll be real quick. I just want to
Yeah.
ask a question, bro.
Do you think?
Levitation device. right? That these Tibetan monks have, which there's no evidence of being in Egypt. So you're saying that device is capable of levitating stones 450 feet in the sky, right? Is that what you're saying? Because that's how
Wait,
tall the pyramids
wh-
are.
wait. That's what kind of what I wanted to say. Like, there's no evidence that acoustic levitation is a thing. Like, none.
Exactly. And then also the
So
measurement
it's
of the pyramid.
crazy to go
Yeah.
from a rumor of somebody maybe have seen it flying over a Tibetan monk monastery, because that's what that is, with no other evidence of it happening, and then using that to say that that's how the pyramids are made, and forget what they were saying about having 200 people and shifts of people and ramps and pulley systems and all of that. Forget all that. This acoustic levitation though. Like that just sounds crazy to me. I'm sorry, it just does. But I'm
Wait, did
sorry, go
Napa
ahead,
go?
Napa.
That's all I wanted, bro. That's all I wanted. Go ahead, Cosmic.
No, I was gonna say, I'm a part of the community that kind of like gives credence to these fringe theories of like the way the earth is formed. But I still look at things in a rational mindset. Like even the person that built or that moved those stones, so to speak, right? His technique of doing it left with him. So now you're still left with the pyramid stuff. We don't know how it was built. And I'm even looking at the cymatic stuff now. Cymatics is not used to even in today's day and time. Cymatics is not used for anything serious. It's used for music for the most part, and then some other stuff, and to move sand on a plate. But it's not. It's a theory in reference to it can be used to move pyramids. So those are all fringe. This is like a fringe theory without any evidence. Like it's important. I think like I said earlier in the conversation, it's important to be able to validate statements that someone makes about how something came to be. Otherwise, we can come up with all of these different theories about how something came to be, which has no evidence or basis in reality. It takes the probable as the as has not even the possible, has what is. It states that this, and then it's a constant conversation. We can't do it now. And the idea and the thought is that evolutionarily we're more advanced than the people back then. And it we don't even have to be more advanced. They just had a technique that we don't know. That's the bottom line. They just have techniques that we don't all the way fully know and understand about. That's the bottom line. But it doesn't have to be, there's no evidence of alien interaction. You know what I'm saying? There's only evidence of human interaction. That's all we have is evidence of human interaction. We have a lineage of how they were built. We have a process of perfection that of the building process. But people want to jump to aliens because it's an assault on the consciousness that people knew things back then that they may have forgotten or did forget in the modern age. So that's kind of, and it's interesting. This conversation started off with cultural lineage, and it went into aliens. Like that's completely crazy. Not crazy, but just interesting.
And I also just wanted to say real quick, like when you put it into perspective, people have been saying that extraterrestrials or something out of this world helped build the pyramids since about the 70s. And that papyrus that we're talking about wasn't found until 2013. Just to put that out there.
And I'm still back at the 100,000 people can't move this week. Where is that coming from?
Right. Also, he said, I wish that brothers could leave it at we don't know. And then when we say there's no evidence of aliens, y'all got a problem with it. Or like Humble said earlier, that inside the pyramid is a Merkaba. And it's like, bro, just stay as you don't know how they built this shit. And then why you got to add on extras? It's a Merkaba and it's an energy sensor and all that extra shit. We just don't know. There's several different theories of how we know. One of those theories are right. One of those theories of how they built it is right. Whether it's the ramps, the levers, there's different theories, that the practical theories of how they built it. But the space shit and the alien stuff and the robots and stuff, there's absolutely no evidence of it, period. No remnants. And these super extraterrestrial beings come all the way to Earth just to build some stones and rocks, didn't leave nothing else. Didn't leave nothing else. They just built some rocks. Like that's crazy, bro. And it's like I think y'all love that shit. You have a relationship, like Future said, y'all have a relationship with that idea. So when we're attacking the idea, you feel like we're attacking you. It's not attacking you necessarily, but yo, that whole shit, y'all gotta get rid of that thinking, bro. It's not logical. It's irrational. It's not. You're not grounded in reality when y'all start adopting those fringe theories. And it's frustrating to watch. I don't know. It's like watching a bad car accident. Like trying to avoid y'all, trying to help y'all out, steer y'all in the right direction. Don't teach your children this. Do not teach your children this shit.
I'm still just waiting for Humble to give me this. Cause the reason why I'm on it is because he was very certain about it and tone and texture. Because 100,000 people, can't do this. So I wanted to know where's that coming from.
Hold on 1 second, Charles. I'm over here trying to feed my son. I'm here with y'all, though. I'm here with y'all. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to these pyramids, it's funny that we're still talking about these things, but like a fe- uh, a phenomenon, epidemic said, you know,
Epinephrine.
wait, say it again, say it again.
I was completely joking. I said epinephrine. So,
Oh, man, I'm trying. Don't mess me up while I'm trying. But it's just one of those things where I just wish that we would focus on tangible evidence instead of the leaps, because I don't think y'all realize how much of a leap it would have to take for these theories that y'all bring up to be true. Because not only do you have to prove that, that's what they did, like how you're asking us to do, you also have to prove the fact that, we actually have the science. Like, all right, then do it. Like, because actually on our side, there is a special out that shows how the pyramids was built and made on a smaller scale, of course, but they did it using those type of tools. So at least show me it moving something bigger than sand.
All right, so Humble, you posted something that said 13,000 people can move to 200 tons or
Right.
whatever.
Okay. So
Right.
the reason.
So now, how come 100,000 or 200,000 can't move 2 tons then? If 13,000 can,
Right. So the reason I posted that, right, is because the key thing there is each one of those people would have to exert 30 pounds of force. Do you know how hard it is
What
for
the,
one average person to
wait a
exude
minute.
30 pounds of force?
Wait. 30 pounds?
Of force. Each person would have to exude 30 pounds of
That
force.
that's not making sense to me. I'm sorry.
So, okay, so you've played tug and war before, right, Swan? Or you've heard of the game
Yes,
tug and war before, right?
yes, and people are
Okay,
doing more than that. People are doing much more than that. I'm
not
100 pounds and I could do that.
but you, Swan, you 100 pounds, you ain't exerting no 30 pounds of force, Swan. Do you
Listen,
know how hard it is for
hold
one
it, hold it,
average
hold it.
person to exude
No,
that?
it's not hard. It is, and you're a man too, and you're a man.
I'm
You
not
can't do
saying,
that.
hold on, time out. I think you got I think
What you're
you're
telling me is
confusing what I'm saying.
you can't move a refrigerator. You can't move a
No, that's what I'm
refrigerator.
about to say. I think you're confusing what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't move 30 pounds. I'm saying your body, your physical
That's what I'm
body
saying. So
cannot produce
you
30
can't push
pounds of
up
force.
against. So what you're telling me is this: on this
Try to say, try
50,000
me,
pound
bitch, you'll get clapped
refrigerator,
like a lit flight,
you
bitch,
can't
run around
push
like a fucking clown.
you can't
Call
push
time, it's
your
been a long
body.
day, I'm mood up. You look at me, I'ma say what's up, cause they know I'm up. You see the real me. Somehow, not the old me, I said,
You can't
Thank you,
move
y'all.
your
Go ahead, sis.
body. So what you're telling me is that you cannot force at least 30 pounds of torque onto something. You can't do that. Is that what you're telling me? You can't put at
I'm
least 30 pounds of pressure.
of torque, right. The body is not meant, the average
You
body,
can't do
definitely
that. Okay.
somebody like
All right.
myself
Wait,
or like
Okay.
hold on, y'all. Hold on,
uh-huh.
y'all. Let humble answer, and then we're gonna go to crap.
Okay. So smaller than average people like you and me, Swan. We're both small, 5'4.5". I weigh 136. People like us, we definitely can't get our body to produce 30 pounds of force. Definitely when we come to pulling, mind you, it's not we have to pull 30 pounds. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your strength, your muscle ability have to be able to produce that amount of weight to even move. So that's assuming that what I put in the comments is, 13,033 people would be able to do it. That's assuming that each one of these people is able to produce that much force. Which is,
Humble.
even in
Yeah.
It's sounding like
today,
an
that's
insulin.
unlikely.
It's
That's why we
sounding
use
like a insulin,
machines.
humble.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, y'all. Let's go to crabs. What's up, Super?
I'll be real quick. I think it's possible that there was a technologically advanced ancient civilization.
Thank you for that contribution, my brother.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Just in a quick search, right? I put, can a person produce 30 pounds of force? And it says yes. A person can easily produce 30 pounds of force,
Thank you.
especially with certain movements of muscle groups. For instance, many everyday activities like lifting moderately heavy objects
Thank
require
you.
producing around 30 pounds of force or more.
That's
Hand grip,
normal shit.
lifting objects, leg press, kicking, and punching all produces about 30 pounds of force.
So once again, you're the man that can't move a refrigerator, and I'm a woman that can. By how? Pushing that motherfucker.
It's
We
just
talking
about
about
cross
30 pounds, y'all.
referencing.
We were talking about 30 pounds. That's normal everyday shit. You got 13,000 that can move 2 tons. Why are we researching? That means automatically 100,000 or 200,000 can move this shit. So we ain't got to even research it. His shit said 13,000 can move 200 tons.
It's way more evidence out there saying that people did it than the other side. Unless y'all got more evidence that y'all want to bring to the table, I'm more than happy to hear.
For
Yeah, I could
me,
do a
this
rap
is
for
the
you
shit.
guys.
For me, people put the shit together. They did it. They had their way of doing it. It's not so, oh my God, it's so spectacular that the aliens came and did it. No, people, that's like we do amazing shit today. They did amazing shit back then. You had people that did phenomenal things today. You had it back then. Stop with this alien bullshit.
What's up, Val?
What's up?
Uh, go ahead, Crabs. You got something to say?
Yeah. So I guess y'all aren't talking about me. I'm just listening to it because I want to be real clear. Let's take out the alien part. Let's take out giants. Let's take out somatics, anything mystical. Let's take all of that out. Can we agree that however they did it, they had techniques that were more advanced than the ones we have now? Can we come to that understanding?
No,
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I can't. And the reason why I can't come to that understanding is because one, I know that today there's shit that can do all of that, right? And then who am I to say that they ain't had that back then?
And I
That
would say, what
technology.
I will say is that they used, I would say they used more ingenuity. I would say that. I would say that what
There's nothing
they
new around
was
it.
able, yeah, I would say what they were able to accomplish with the things that they had showed a amount of brain power that is remarkable. I can say that. But as far as like the technology, like would I say that they were levitating things? No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so can I ask another question? Because that's not what I'm saying either. All right,
Okay.
when you look at science and academia, they say they had a copper chisel and a handheld stone, not a hammer, not a shovel. This is what they said they had. Do you believe that they were able to create the megalithic monuments that we see now today with a copper chisel and a handheld stone?
I believe they use more tools than that.
All right. So then we really pretty much agree. We just don't know how they did it, because that's what I've been saying the whole time. We can have a conversation where we can talk about aliens and levitation, but I would never argue with you that, because most people, it's going to be so extremely hard to prove that. But just come to the agreement that it's a bunch of people who run this country and run this world, and they're telling us that the people who look like us back then, they got a bunch of slaves, not architects, not engineers, a bunch of slaves had rope, and it had been made from hemp because they didn't have cotton over there. Rope made from hemp, and they wrapped it around a 20-ton stone, 2.5 million of them, and that put the pyramid in the middle. That's called the Pyramid of Khufu, and it's actually erroneously named that. There's been arguments about that. I wouldn't argue with you about that either. But that pyramid of Khufu, 2.5 million stones. And like I said a million times before, they came from a quarry that's over 530 miles away, or 520 some miles away. And they got them there however they got them there. In order to do that, what I'm saying is, even if they had a shovel, the technology that they had was more advanced than what we were being told.
Wait,
We
wait.
can't even agree on that.
Cra-
That's what I'm asking.
Krabs, why are you over
Um,
here? Didn't we? Wasn't there
I'm
like a
gonna
big
let,
blow up
yeah, go
just
ahead.
like last week, and everybody said like I'm done. I'm not gonna interact anymore. Or did I? I know I wasn't in that conversation, but did I misunderstand?
Bye,
Did I
cerebro.
misunderstand that? Like we, and if you were
So
over here to
You
see it,
missed the
we
episode.
weren't talking about you. Like this conversation was really initially about cultural interactions and exchanges, and then a brother brought up something about the quantum field, and it evolved into its current state. But am I wrong in my recollection?
okay, if I'm allowed to respond, I've been listening for an hour or two, and I was listening to that part, and that's the part I really wanted to talk about. But the conversation got changed to aliens and pyramids and everything like that, right? So now when I ask this question, you come at me like that. But it's okay. I'll leave, and you don't never have to worry about seeing me come over here again. Y'all be good. I enjoy the listening part. Y'all be good, y'all.
Oh, you didn't have to leave, but okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just needed to know because everybody, I've been witnessing stuff on this app. I try to mitigate against the beef, but it's like unmitigatable or whatever. So I know there was a blow up, and people were like, "I'm not dealing with such and such," and so then somebody comes over and starts dealing, and then we engaged in this entire long dialogue. So I just called it.
All right, well, you just shut it down, so we'll go forward.
Yeah. I wanted to say something about the tools that were used because I think that people just really think all people had was like just stones and chisels, and there was a whole bunch of tools back then. Like things are pretty old. Like uh yes, they had copper chisels and saws. They had hammers and pounders and drills. They had shit, right? Um, and I think when you start putting all of these things together, you can come up with a picture. Do you have the complete picture? Absolutely not. But I still think that you still have more information that they did it themselves at the end of the day. Don't everybody be on mute all together. Like
Oh,
Uh,
so I thought somebody was about to talk.
I'm
Um,
sorry, y'all. I shouldn't have done that.
One thing I do want to say, is I do stand corrected on the pulley and the force thing. Um, I'm not an asshole, y'all. I know when to say when I gotta stand corrected. And but I do think they had, like Issa was saying, they had tools that today's scientists just, I don't know why. Maybe they haven't found them, or I want to say archaeologists. Maybe they haven't found any, but I do think that it's possible that they use tools that they just don't tell us that they use. That's a real possibility. That they may have had a form of a saw or a hammer, things of that nature that the archaeologists just, they have yet to provide any evidence of any things of that nature that they did use. But I'm sure they did use other tools.
The pyramid fascination is one thing, but knowing that they were humans and the what allowed them to create. When we look at human creations, what we're really observing is like what the culture produces. So like and it took me a while to kind of recognize this. When I was a part of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations, that's a group of people that kind of like to just study what African people have done, but not really understand what it was that made them do those great things. It's like in the 12th dynasty, 11th dynasty, and the establishment of the 12th dynasty or whatever, Mentuhotep the second came and kicked out or reestablished control of Upper and Lower Egypt, right? And then people want to be like, "Oh, look at how great he was." But my question when I read that was like, "What made him do that? What was the cultural elements inside that area that made somebody want to decide to do that? What are the what? So then what's more important to me is knowing that they were human, knowing that they were people. What were the cultural elements that they practiced that brought forth greatness of character? That's kind of what we're all on. Like everybody's on. Like whatever happened and whatever was done was a phenomenal feat, and it becomes an alien conversation because it was superhuman in nature. Because no humans today can do it, so it had to be superhumans from the past. Superhumans don't exist, so it must be aliens. that's kind of the logic it takes. But then really, if we understand that they were people, like what was the cultural elements that they included in their being, in their culture, that made them do great things, and what was some of the stuff they did that was whack, that can be discarded. Because in truth, part of Egyptian dominance of Egyptian civilization, they were not democratic. They were totalitarianists.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know we're not going to want to live under that type of system. And not only were they totalitarianists, they were elitism up the butt, because that's why
Mm-hmm.
98% of the population was illiterate. So I mean, let's look at it for what it is.
Yeah, and that's what I we wanted to point out when people start to romanticize like the ancient peoples, like they be having their shit with them. Like, yeah, they did some great things, but it's not all roses. Like, everybody wasn't living peacefully under this great society like that. The laws of Ma'at was written because, people were doing those things. People were killing people. People were robbing people. Like, there's reasons why they make rules. So we could marvel at the things that they built, even their teachings, right? Like, the Hermetic principles and the all of the mythologies and the stories that you hear and the lessons that they tell, those are all I feel like those are all very important to your growth, your character, like understanding how this God was moving and going into the dark side of your character and the light side of your character, doing all of that work. Like that's what that is for. It's not, I don't really necessarily feel like those stories are meant to be found within history, within archaeology, within how the earth story. Like these are just our stories that we're making up. But I'm rambling. Yeah, go ahead.
And to build on that, um, I'm currently reading a papyrus, right? And in this papyrus, the people that talk. If you don't understand the Egyptian gods as principles, you're not going to understand the papyrus. Like Set is the Egyptian god of chaos, disorder and dysfunction, right? And in the papyrus, he is killed so many times, and he keeps coming back. And it's indicative of the nature of chaos, the nature of evil, the nature of the lower self, that no matter how many times you conquer or how many times you win a battle against a desire within the self, it arises again in another guise. I think there was a more modern day interpretation of this. There was this scientist called Gurdjieff, a psychologist or something called Gurdjieff, and he was talking about how to calm and tame the ego. And he had said like there was a story of a man whose guru told him to stop using the front door or something to get into his house. And so then after about 6 or 7 months, I'm totally like destroying the story, but it's something like this. After 6 or 7 months, the guru was proud of the man. And he was like, oh, you can go in the front door again because you've been such a great disciple. He's like, great. He said, good. I was tired of going up the storm drain. And that's the moral of that story was the ego you can block the ego and its desires in one sense, but it'll always find another way to get inside the house, or it'll always find another way to manifest itself in your life. Likewise, Set, the principle of chaos and of the lower self, is always going to find a way to manifest again, no matter how much you conquer it. But if you think of these as actual beings and people, like it's not going to make sense how this dude keeps coming back to life and causing chaos.
Nah, facts. That's one thing, and that's something else I talk about a lot on Bigo is the fact that um when we talk about these ancient cultures and their religious beliefs, as we would like to call them, or just ways of life, right? A lot of these deities are anthropomorphized, right? These things are not actual what they are, right? Just like I used to watch Sarnetta a lot, And one thing the Hebrew Israelites used to always harp on is nut, right? Oh, Nook sucks her own penis. And it's like, what? No, that's not what that story is saying. That's just a representation of the fact that Nut is a self-creating, is self-creating, right? And all that's saying is the universe was self-creating, but is not saying that this is a deity or a god or a being or something human-like that just like to ejaculate in his own mouth. And so something else that we have to give credit to for the people back in the day is their sophistication was higher. A lot of things back in the day we have to understand was higher than what we generally give credit for. I'm not talking about us on a panel, but I am talking about, the modern scientists out here or the astrologers out here, right? When they normally talk about primitive, they think of very, very low intelligent people. And I don't think that's a fair assessment of these people when we do look at the works that they have produced in their time. We can tell that they were very sophisticated and very intelligent. They wasn't stupid by a long shot. And I think that's a myth that a lot of people really need to understand. I land my plane, y'all.
I was supposed to be doing a 50 Shades of Pseudo tonight. It was supposed to start at 9, but we already here. Having a conversation. um, if y'all want to just throw out a pseudo or scientific thing you want to try to debunk, I'm all ears. um, I think I want to save the melanin conversation for Fusion because that was like Fusion's like topic that he wanted to discuss. But anything else we could talk about.
I just want to say evolution is definitely real. We are definitely primates, and over 500 different types of primates, but we're one of the many. We want to talk about that. A lot of people in general. Let me stop doing that to black people. A lot of people in general don't believe in evolution because of obviously the Bible and Abrahamic faiths and stuff like that. But I really wish we would explore that more because once you study evolution, you get to understand human beings a lot better, like neurologically and psychologically and philosophically too. And it makes all this shit, all this radical racism, gender wars, every topic that you could think of in pertaining to humans goes back to our evolutionary history. So I think we should tap into that.
There's only one Abrahamic faith. It's the Bible.
This guy.
That's what's up. What's up, Holy Ghost?
Are you still mad at me? Are you still mad at me? Or you love me?
Holy Ghost, you gonna do what you gonna do. Okay, you gonna do what you
Okay,
gonna
I
do,
was just.
and it is what it is.
All right, I'm
Bow,
finna leave. I'm
you're a
not
little
gonna. Can't
muffled.
just.
What's up, OG? What's up, Lessons? Bow, if you was
I
talking, you
love
was
you
muffled
guys.
just now.
I was
I
just
love you.
laughing.
Oh.
She loves me too. I confess my love for her.
I cannot. Anyway.
Well, I
Yo,
think,
pal,
listen,
Hey, that
despite
was
whatever we
different.
believe, despite whatever ideals we hold, that's our personals. I think one thing we can all agree to on this panel is that guy's a cuckoo bird.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
lessons.
I don't know what that man confessed. I don't know Lessons. You gotta ask him.
You gotta watch his
But
videos to understand.
Oh
oh
Jesus!
girl.
When he was Morpheus, he was trying to be Morpheus.
Hell yeah.
Jesus.
It was a nice little giggle. I give you that much.
Mhm.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Hey, I got a question. Was I wrong for what I said to Krabs? Was that off? Like, was that incorrect in how that conversation ended?
I,
Because if I
I
was
I
wrong, if I
mean,
was wrong, I feel
Can I?
bad. I
I want
feel
to
like
say
I was
no,
wrong.
but like low key, yeah. I want to say no because that nigga get on my nerves too. But like low key, that was kind of like uncalled for. But you know, I get it though. I do get it because he be talking shit. He be talking shit in his own little way. That shit gets annoying, bro. And I be annoyed by that shit. But I was like, damn, you didn't have to do all that, because he did add, I guess, some sort of dualism to this conversation. Is just humble by
Yeah, I know.
himself over here. Huh,
I know. I
you know,
killed the conversation, but I was
he wasn't talking
like
anyway.
I wasn't in the argument that was there. So, but I thought everybody said, you know, basically fuck off. I thought that's what everybody said. So
Yeah,
I
I
was
mean,
niggas do
it's
that
confused.
on here
legal,
a lot.
so it's open. It's open. So I think you owe us a rap. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I left. I just left my house. When I get back, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it when I get back because it goes along with something I'm trying to create. But I'm gonna do it when I get back.
All of y'all are
the
wrong, man. See, they had the right thing, man. Listen, didn't you know they said it was chilly outside, man, on Papyrus, and they didn't have the bowls though. They didn't show anything about bowls, but the
oh,
people, like this, it is chilly out there, but what I mean. There's no bowls, and that's all Crab was trying to say. Like there really was supposed to be some bowls. It was chilly outside, and y'all wasn't listening. That's the whole thing. I'm going back on mute.
Cymatically controlling the weather.
that was hilarious.
Hey, that's a thing now, bro. That is most
Oh Lord.
definitely a thing now. You can most definitely control some shit using sound and vibration.
So
So
not to
50 Shades of Pseudo.
reiterate what the queen already said, but this is our opportunity. If y'all got some things that y'all want to attempt to have debunked or put into the lexicon, this is our chance. Not to squander this time, but I'm sure we got a long list. So if we can start attacking certain things now, that's what this panel is about, I believe.
Yeah, I
Hey,
would love to have that evolution conversation as well. But go ahead, Epidemic, you can go.
so like I said, I've been observing a bunch of things on the app, and I'm kind of gonna switch up. Like I've been, considering people as associates and friends to a degree, but then I keep watching the app and I see everybody fall out with each other. So I was like, man, I'm just gonna be a lone island. Like people are like temporary allies because then somebody's gonna say something to fall out. Anyway, I'm saying that to say like I'm gonna start teaching geomancy. So that's a perfect system to tear apart if you all can, because it's a divination system. So y'all can consider it pseudo.
See, I'm more curious
How you
about
gonna make
that.
me do
Even I would
it?
consider it. I would consider it pseudo. I would consider it pseudo at the end of the day. But I mean, I will have spiritual things too. So I'm more curious. Fascinating the way you described it. I can't do it verbatim. I'm more curious about debunking. I want to see what you're working with. If it feels like tarot kind of what's that shit called that they do palm reading type thing. I'm gonna be like, all right, whatever. But I'm more curious about just the African psychology behind whatever that is, geomancy.
I mean, I'm kind of putting it out there so y'all can do your pre-search before I do my presentation.
I'm
wait,
looking
what
at
is
it right
the?
now.
What are we
Geomancy.
talking about?
If I may.
It's
Oh, sorry. Just because I was looking it up now, because I wasn't familiar with the term either. It's a form of divination. It says geomancy is a form of divination based on the interpretation of figures or patterns drawn on the ground or other flat surfaces by means of sand or simple granular materials. The term is also used for the interpretation of geographic features. Geomancy is a form. Yeah, it's repeating itself. Unless Box One would like to add to that definition.
I'm in the store right now. I'm gonna hang out for a second.
Mm.
But that's correct.
Yeah.
Besides, the only addition would be the widespread use of it from China to the Caribbean. But in West Africa and the Caribbean, they would just consider it Ifa. They wouldn't consider it geomancy. But it's the same use of the same figures, and it's a different way of recording. And I kind of think the recording is different because they didn't have paper in West Africa. That's why they use either wood chips or sand. Or wood chips are the cowrie shells, and in other areas sand.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, right? When it comes to the spirituality aspect of the world, like, I don't really feel the need to debunk that. I don't feel like the divination community is trying to say that they build ships for the Kushites. Like, I don't feel like they're doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? Uh, I feel like there's certain things that happens within that tries to like overlap with history, like the Bible for one. Like when I'm having a conversation about like a historical event and somebody will try to tell me about Cain and Abel, like I don't feel like that happens with people who believes in divination. But I would definitely be interested in a panel about that because I'm all about the spirituality.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of does. It kind of does because some in more developed traditions, they try to relate it to the purpose and reason behind all of creation, and then there's manipulation that goes on inside these communities as well. So
Mm.
it's there. Like
Yeah.
I was on one other platform and I was watching this Babalao for a couple of. I was watching him while I was doing my work, and then he hit me up. Um, Man, the same day he was asking for $150 for a reading into something about a goat, and I was like, this cat.
Yeah. See, even if it is a
Right.
mythology or pseudoscience, it's like a window into African psychology or like in traditional like ancient psychology. So that's why I'm like, yeah, that probably it's probably going to tap into something that's more
What's up,
that
God
roots more
energy?
deeply. It's probably going to connect more than the other spirituality systems. I don't know. I'm still curious about it because you haven't done like a reading. Like, would it be considered a reading, a geomancy? Would that be a reading or something like that? What is?
It is. It is.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And I actually did
So
a reading on doing a reading for you all.
does
Um,
tarot cards fit into that bracket?
Tarot cards, yes, but it's different. Like geomancy is more of a strict binary system. 1 2 1 2 system. So it can be more of an explanation as to why a figure carries a certain energy. Um, Tarot, like, it doesn't explain why this card represents this energy. I mean, but geomancy doesn't do it really because I've been trying to figure certain things out about it as well.
So,
But
So wait,
but how can I trust you? Oh,
is your goal to debunk it, or
huh? Oh
your
no,
goal is to debunk it, or
I've
just to
developed it
define
into
it?
something. I've developed it into something that's intense. So it's not
What's
to
Okay.
up,
debunk it at
Lucky?
all.
I would think the only thing I can think of is it would beg the question: are symbols or are certain symbols universal? Right. So do a certain symbol of something, does it mean the same thing universally? Right? So like if we touching on tarot cards, right? They say something easy, the pentacles. The pentacles mean wealth, right? The issue with that is if you go anywhere around this planet, right? And if you see a pentacle, does that pentacle mean wealth? For them to then say, well, anytime you get a card of pentacle, it has something to do with wealth, right? Another thing is the death card, right? A lot of people in tarot, or some people who get readings, they always look at the death card as something negative. But when you look at the symbol of death and you really ask, well, what does this symbol universally stand for? Right? It's new beginnings. You see what I'm saying? It's not really the ending of something. It's actually the new beginning of something. And so it's all about, is the certain symbols and messages that come from these things, are they universal or not? Do they mean the same thing everywhere, or is there just subjectively used?
See, how can I trust somebody that's giving me a reading or of any kind that they don't have any like previous bias? Like you've sat around me for however long, and you could pick up some energy. Maybe it might be a tone, or I can give you a birthday, or I could give you a location. How can I trust that that's not a bias that you'll have before the reading? Is it? I don't know.
Um,
That's my problem with all kind of
well,
readings.
well, here's the thing that I've noticed. Like, so with, uh, so I've done something very unique with geomancy, and then when I first started doing readings for people, um, uh, when I first started doing readings, I noticed how
What's up, Nightmare Herbie?
bland and blunt everything was, and it almost sounded like I was speaking exact straight to the person, like it was biased. And so you heard me say that now, like I don't have people tell me what they're asking me. I just have them sit down
Right.
in front of me and start talking.
I love that. How's
No,
everybody on
I
the
just
panel
have
doing?
them sit in front of me and then I start talking as we're doing the reading.
I
Then
love that. Where are
but
you
after a
getting this
certain
from? I
point,
love that.
yeah, after a certain point though, like I have to stop because then I'm just like, it's like E5 is just like a corpus of information. So at a certain
What's
point,
up,
I have to
Doctor Who?
stop, when I'm doing a reading from somebody, and then I have to say, like, I can get more specific if I have the general understanding of what's going on. So it's not like psychism, so to speak. It's almost like a. So this is the way I've kind of tried to understand it. Like I've combined it, and this is opening it up for total deconstruction or whatever, right? But I think it has more to do with like the quantum field than anything else. Like for instance, in Native American culture, they'll say like when you see a turtle or a white dove land on a branch in the middle of May on like May 13th at 7 a.m. it means this, right? And then somebody
Right.
say, oh, what does that
That's
mean?
normally the
What does that
time
mean?
that the birds will fly
Right.
south. So I feel you though.
But then it's
What's
like
up, Lex?
the way I used to answer people was like, well, it depends on the culture that you're from, because if you're from Africa, they don't have white doves. That's not going to mean the same thing because they don't have the same cultural connection to that. So, like saying your dreams, when people are trying to interpret dreams, like in
Africa
dreams,
does
speak
have
through
white doves.
symbols. Well, yeah,
Oh,
I mean
God.
that's fine, but you get what I'm trying to say. They don't have the
I
same
don't.
conception. Yeah, I mean, come on. But it's like, I'm saying like dreams. Dreams when they're trying to give you a message or something, they speak through symbols to the subconscious mind is speaking through symbols to the conscious mind, but those symbols are
It
culturally
sounds like you're
relevant
just saying
symbols.
you're making things up as you go along to benefit your
Who is
narrative.
cutting me off? Who's cutting me off?
Lucky
Lucky?
York. Africa
Uh,
Africa
Yeah.
does
Hey,
have
hey,
white doves.
Young
Africa
New
has
York,
white doves.
Just wait. Young
Africa
New
has
York, just
white
wait.
doves, bro.
Lucky,
Lucky,
just
let
wait.
him finish,
Just
and then
wait.
you can
Y'all just
talk
gonna let
after
him
him.
slide with that? Africa does have white
No,
doves.
it's called shut the fuck
Bro,
up
he
while
was
he's
using an
talking.
example. He was using an
What
Damn.
example.
the
A
hell?
dick. Suck a
It
dick,
is not a
Babo.
new fucking
Trust me.
idea. Be quiet while
Babo,
others
please.
are
Suck a dick.
talking.
Suck a dick, please.
Yeah, this is open to
You want me
critique
to
after I'm done. Oh my gosh, this cat. So anyway, like if somebody has a dream and they're in America or they're from an American cultural tradition, it means something to that American cultural tradition. But if you're not from that same cultural tradition and you don't have that same understanding of that same symbol, that dream doesn't, their interpretation is not necessarily going to be the same. That's kind of how I did. That's how I've seen it. And then in relationship to me trying to understand like the accuracy of divination, I think it has to deal with like my understand, like the entirety of the universe gets symbolized in these particular symbols. So you're under like the person that's doing the divining, they begin to understand aspects of the universe related to certain symbols in their divination system. And then it becomes like, as they're doing the reading, all of the probabilities and possibilities of existence kind of gets centered into this symbol in order to give a more accurate understanding of what's going on in the situation. That's kind of my understanding of it. That's me trying to
Right.
melt quantum mechanics with
That's pretty
a
accurate, Box. How you say your name, Box One?
pediment.
A Apatida. Okay. That's pretty accurate. That's good. I think a lot of what you're doing is energy reading. Um, it's so people can lie. Their tongues can lie, their eyes can lie, their body language can lie. One thing that can never lie is energy. Energy never lies. And so, with people that do tarot or do readings, any kind of readings, right, or people that work with divination, right, one of the most important things is to stay pure and unbiased, and allow the energy to flow because it allows for a more clearer interpretation of energy reading, right? And that's all this is, right? It's like when Panamat was talking about the quantum field, right? Like that's all that is, right? It's just diving into the energy aspect of us that, again, as I was saying earlier, a lot of people miss because they're not in tune, because it's not attuned to our five senses, right? It's more metaphysical than anything. So, but Box One, you most definitely got the proper idea for that.
All right, appreciation. Yeah, I've been trying to understand it because I call it deadly accurate. And it's like, why? Like this, I'm trying to understand why.
Now, the thing about these things and where tarot even gets pseudo is when any and everybody try to do this. This that's like divination, geomancy, tarot. That's not for everybody to do. And we actually see that for the people that do it and not supposed to do it, they'll be on a good streak for a couple of months, and then one random day they'll just go to the dark side real fast. Oh, I see demons in my room, or this demon is opening up portals. It's just like, what the hell? And you want to read me and you talk about demons and portals and shit? You're not about to read me with that shit. But that lets you know these people are not supposed to be doing this because they don't, number one, have the discipline to do this. Like, that takes discipline, like a lot of discipline. Because people that do this, they do open themselves up to a lot. And you play with it. Y'all know, you play with fire, your ass will get burnt. And it's the same thing. You play with this shit, you think it's a game, your ass will get got. I want to know. That's something interesting. Box One. Do you know of any stories of anybody who played with this and it just wasn't a good experience because they wasn't supposed to be doing it in the first place?
Yeah, yeah, myself. Let me put it like that. Let me put it like that. Because I was just researching far and wide, and then anything that I came across, I experimented with it to see its accuracy. And basically, I was taking without giving back. Let me put it like that. So something was taken from me. That's how I interpret it. In reference to everything. I'm gonna just leave it at that. That's what I'm gonna say.
That's interesting.
I keep trying to figure, like what's the I always try to do this, like what's the reasoning behind this stuff, like and try to understand the
Welcome back,
mechanics of how something
Agnostic. What's up,
works,
Forrest?
besides just attributing things to like supernatural causes. But the divination system is not something I can do that with. Like it's definitely tapping into something. So yeah. But yeah, there are stories of people or things that you need to do before you engage in certain activities in order to cleanse your cleanse yourself, so that all any inimical energies you have going through you, they don't get cleansed in such a way that it hurts you when the cleansing comes. Because when you get initiated when into Africa, I had a friend of mine who went through an initiation in the islands, and he said one of the first things they ended up doing was putting him, giving him a certain bath, and he went through a few days. He went through a ritual that lasted a few days, and the purpose of the ritual was to prepare his energy so that he could be protected. And so I interpreted that to being like a quick fix of trying to like get rid of all of his sinful nature, so to speak, so that when you're working in this realm, that energy will be able to work through you without harming you. But if you're still working, are dealing with like the so-called sinful nature, so to speak, when that energy passes through you, because it's going to pass through you, and if it's going through impure channels, it's going to just manifest itself the way it manifests itself, and usually that's in a hurtful manner. All right, yeah, I feel myself talking. I hear myself, y'all. I get it.
Now look, you on
No,
point, bro.
you're
You really is on
fine.
point.
You're fine because
No,
I'm
cause that's
actually
facts.
interested.
One thing I will say is I do believe we all have a gift. Um, and that gift is our way to communicate with the divine. We all have a way to do that. Some people do it through tools, right? Some people do it through certain channels of their body, right? The voice. The voice is a tool. Some people tool is their voice, right? Some people see visions. Some people have dreams. You see what I'm saying? But all of these are tools that the divine, God, whatever people want to call it, it's the collective conscious. It's a way or it's an avenue that communicates us when we get tapped to it. You see what I'm saying? And I truly just believe that it just depends on the type of person, the type of person an individual is, and not so much of how they learn, but how they receive this type of information. You know, but I do believe we all got certain gifts that we can connect to the
What's
divine,
up, One
and the
Dog?
divine give us messages, and we spread them to the world. You know.
Yo, and here's the thing that ties this into our
What's
earlier
up,
conversation.
Godfather?
This is 100% what they were doing in ancient Egypt. Not necessarily geomancy, but oracles. Like we
Mhm.
can find evidence of oracles in Egypt down the Nile. We find
Right.
evidence and character development. Just like Iwe Pele in Ifa tradition, having good character. One of the goals in Egyptian spirituality was to become a Makeru or Aku Keperu,
My crew.
a
Yeah.
reborn spirit. Or someone who is an honorable ancestor while alive. Someone who would
Mhm.
benefit the community. Would you have good character? All of these concepts can be found out have go to a species.
Right.
And they're
Right.
consistent in today's society in West Africa or in Africa in general. Or in you don't even have to go.
Yeah. Just
It's
in
just
life.
life. Just
Yeah.
be a good person. What the hell? You don't have to do all
Also,
that.
one thing you
Yeah.
find strictly in Egypt, right? And this is why, this is why, like when we study, ancient civilizations, particularly Kemet, we understand that they weren't just some ignorant culture, right? Because just as Box was talking about, becoming that Petit Heru, right? What you see on the walls is the people before they have a sun disk, they're on the ground. But once they're walking up the wall 90 degrees, then they gain their sun disk. They gain their disk of wisdom, right? And what's that's a representation of them swings in 90 degrees. The interesting thing about that is when we play like music, something simple as every music chord separated by 90 degrees. Dimensions are separated by 90 degrees. These people understood that they understood this concept and they showed us they understood this concept. They ascend 90s. You see what I'm saying?
What's up,
So
Spencer?
it's information that we can take like that. Oh wow, like that's we're learning regular in today's life. But it helps us, without life is
Absolutely.
gonna become a person,
Now I have a question. Can you do a quick this understood and understood?
What's
Girl on
up,
Google.
Hasidy?
But
when there's something. Oh, who you was talking to? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
no, I'm
the
talking to
humble.
you.
Oh, okay.
And when I ask this, I'm talking like street terms. I'm like the real
Right.
language, real definition.
Okay. So when you understand something, then you literally resonate. It becomes a part of you in a way, right? It becomes clear to you in a way. Um, when you understand something, um, it's literally the process of information is literally you. It's above you because you're literally standing under it. So I personally like to use the word understand because to resonate concepts and ideas rather than stand under concepts and ideas. And that's just my own personal thing.
Right. So I wasn't really looking for the personal thing. I was looking for like more the English language with understand and understand.
They basically mean the same thing. If we go on English definition, they mean the exact same thing. To understand something is to grasp a concept. To understand something is to grasp a concept.
Okay. Thank you.
So I
In
looked
other
it up.
words, a synonym.
And so I looked it up, and this is what it says. While understand is a standard English word meaning to comprehend or grasp something, understand and overstand are not widely recognized as standard English words. They're often used in spiritual or philosophical contexts, partic- particularly within the Rastafarian community, where understand implies a deeper intuitive understanding and overstand suggests a comprehensive and holistic understanding beyond the surface level. So I've heard understands and overstands a lot. When I just Googled understand like 5 minutes ago, what I found is a lot of references saying that it means to like spiritually connect, that you're looking at something like you're going above understanding to connect with how something resonates with you is the gist of what I got from it. But I have to be honest that when I hear understand and overstand, I really just throw it in the bucket of things that I feel like we as a people have this habit of recreating terminology for ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not the real thing. But I feel like understanding is gaining traction because I did find a lot of stuff where that's concerned when I googled it. But in fact, that is the way that words that is in fact how words get developed, right? It just becomes a part of the regular use amongst people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
but
What's
it
up,
does
fat
kind of
boy?
irritate me sometimes because I feel like sometimes, especially it depending on the kind of conversation you're having, it can convolute things. And then sometimes people kind of reach and try to make something mean something that it does not mean completely and
Mm-hmm.
totally. Like those things have actual meanings and they try to stretch it. So, yeah.
No, most definitely. And sister, you taught me something. I never looked up the word understanding for that very reason because I could never find it in a English dictionary. But so I always just made it personal to me. We all know that words carry power, right? And so we have to be careful of the things that we're saying and certain things that no longer resonate with you anymore. And this people personally, there's things that may resonate with me that don't resonate with Issa Queen. You see what I'm saying? So there's certain things that she'll throw away that doesn't resonate with her, but she'll keep the other stuff or she'll pick up new stuff that do resonate with her. And that's just how I do when it comes to the linguistics that I use, right? If I feel like a word is no longer useful, I won't use that word. If I feel like there's another term out here that's more resonant, useful to me, I'll use that term. And that's
Yeah.
just for me. That's not what we should do as a culture of people. That's just what I do.
Y'all still want to hear the rap?
Yeah, yeah. You have a rap? I didn't know you rap.
Uh, all right.
Yo, Napa is hilarious.
That wasn't a confirmation or anything. Like, well, he said,
Right.
what does that mean?
That's why I laugh so
Still
hard.
don't know.
All right.
We still don't know.
This is. All right. All right. All right.
What's
All right.
up, exclusive?
All right. Here it goes. I've been working on this for a minute. So wait. Walking through the space and through the time, I can see it all. Egypt on the grind and the rise, I can hear the call. Feel it in your blood as it's pumping, help you rise it up. Transcend the space where you've been. No more the. I messed it up. I ain't got the cadence down yet, y'all.
Oh, so that was live. I was just typing in the comments. Is it live or is it Memorex?
Yeah, I haven't got the cadence down all the way. I just started writing it today.
So is this a new practice or are you a rapper?
I used to be a hip hop artist. Yep. I don't know about rapper. I don't know what that is.
Okay. I respect it.
They try and wrap you up in some bubblegum paper.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Paths. So anyway,
Or baby
that was
oil.
my apologies. That was my apologies.
No Diddy.
Thank you for sharing. That was dope. You said that was your apology. No, I
That's my
understand
apologies
where
for
you're
running them
coming
off.
from because the last time we all were together, it was very heated. It was a lot of FUs flying around for no strange reason. So I get why why you felt the way you did. But
I mean, it's not
he
that.
was
I'm very simple. Like, if we fall out, we fell out. Like, that's it. But maybe I shouldn't even be like that. Like, I just don't understand the middle. I don't understand existing in the middle space, which is my problem. Like, if we fell out, that means there was no reconciliation whatsoever. And so then from what I saw the other day on a panel, it was like that was just heated. So I was like, so I just didn't understand it. I just didn't understand what was going on.
Yeah, Beagle not that serious, Brody. You have people on this motherfucker fall out every single day, and they come right back on the panel. Um, you know. So don't even listen. Don't even waste that kind of energy on Beagle because it ain't even that serious.
mhm.
It reminds me, what's funny? Beagle kind of remind me of elementary school, right? You know how you got your homeboy in school, and then one day y'all might get into a big fight, and the next day y'all pop up to school, y'all cool as shit. Hey, yo, what's up? What's up, my man? Yo, you ready to play this game over here? Yeah. Like, that's how I look at it. In fucking elementary school.
This shit really is high school all over again. I ain't gonna hold you.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Shut
gonna say high
up,
school
Napa.
definitely.
God damn.
I'm not for
No,
nothing,
but
but my high
somebody,
school was not this toxic. My high school was not this toxic at all.
mine either. Not when
Listen,
it
I
comes
went
to the
to a high school
politics.
in the project, so man, my high school was toxic as fuck.
Like, is the business family not just the jocks, like the football team? Like, that's the football team. You got these different tables and shit. It's just funny.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wrote up here, I think Ninja Alien said, he said it way up here. He said, this app is really cool to observe human behavior and pecking orders. I was like, oh, that's a really good,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he said
That's
that
where
shit.
I got all my archetype conversations from, watching y'all on Vigo.
Mm-hmm.
I had to figure out this craziness that I was seeing.
That's why I
Because
only
Vigo
sit with the
is
people I
pretty like
sit
all
with.
over the place.
I swear, I don't be scrolling through Bigo. I listen. If you catch me on Bigo, I'm on 2 to 3 panels, the most, the same panels all day, every day. I don't be everywhere. Mm-mm.
I be in these streets, I'm not even gonna lie.
They be draining, man. You get, ooh, it's too draining for me.
Thank you. Because you know what it is? There's certain conversations that intrigue me. So if we're talking about it, I'm gonna join. Like I think that's how I met a lot of people.
That's true. No, they do be having some good. I feel like the conversations people have on Bigo have the potential to be good conversations. I think the people that partake in the conversations is the thing that messes it up. Like, you panel immature motherfuckers, and they talked about something real deep, but they all immature, so you can't even hear one sentence because everybody talking over each other and shit. It's like, what the hell?
I hate that.
Yeah,
Yeah, like no decorum or order. It's like nobody's
right.
listening to anybody. Yeah.
I swear, listen, that's why I started doing this on everybody panel. I swear, at every panel I go to now, I put myself on mute, raise my hand. People like, you ain't gotta raise your hand on my panel. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Cause I know myself. I don't want to make it seem like I'm over talking nobody or. Mm-mm. So,
Yeah, it's all fun, man. This shit is all fun and jokes. You know,
yeah,
we are social creatures, so this app, these kind of apps replace like the real world now, you know. And like, where else can you have conversation like this? Like, where else can you have long form conversations unless you're in a university or in an institution somewhere where you're having long form conversation like this with strangers in different walks of life? I mean, I talk with my mom and my dad about shit like this all the time, but like, just strangers and different people from all over, it's like that's just cool. So
yeah,
this
yeah.
is this is
Yeah.
I think we're just adapting to it. This is new, so we're still trying to like our brains are still trying to adapt to this new social dynamic of not being able to
Yeah.
touch or see a person and then to connect with people. So I don't believe that a lot of situations that we see on here will even happen in real life. I just don't believe it. I think that this shit is real.
It
A lot
wouldn't.
of subconscious behavior manifests on the surface. A lot of people's darkest thoughts. Like there's people in here that would threaten you and threaten to kill. Like they would never do that in real life. I don't believe it.
You
Some
know,
of these niggas is
Napa,
crazy though. But
nah,
nah,
when I
yeah.
when I first started getting initiated, it was with the Nation of Gods and Earths. We 100% did stand around in a build, and when somebody would say something that was off, we got into a heated argument. Yeah, open challenges. There are some communities where this is like the culture.
Yeah.
Intellectual combat is definitely the culture.
Oh
Yeah, no, if you're into
yeah,
that, for
yeah.
sure, you seek that
But y'all
out and
know
you
what's
are into that. But most
interesting?
people, yeah, I feel you though. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but I
what's
think the difference
interesting
is
is,
being able to do that and not have the expectation of getting a beat down is the core difference.
Right.
Because that
mm,
that keeps a lot of
Yeah.
things in check. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I think what's interesting is people look at this as pretty new. And not a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, I met a few people on Beagle who knew what the metaverse was, but the metaverse is 10 times more acclimated than this. Like, it's interesting that
Mhm.
on here we get to talk to people from different cities and different countries and different states and all of this and all of that. But in the metaverse, you get to talk to a person from a different country, but in the metaverse, they're standing right in front of you. Like,
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah. I
it's
got the
wild.
VR. I have a VR set, bro. And you put it on, and you can play Pikachu. You can be Mario, and you can go into a room and
Hmm.
play. There'd be Goku in there, and there you're talking. It's just like this, but you're seeing the person. It hit differently though, because it kind of
Yeah.
gives that real sense, and it's like you don't want to fight nobody or debate nobody. I think this right here is kind of like a game of telephone. This is our version of our grandmothers on the phone with their brothers and sisters all day talking shit. Like this is essentially what we're doing in 2024. We've been doing that for years. So this is still the phone. This is the hotline. This is still the party chat, the
Right.
party line.
Hotline. Yep.
But you feel me? But
This
it's just a
cat
little
said the
bit different.
party line.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what this shit is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now,
Get
watch
party
this. Now,
line.
here's the dichotomy of everything, right? Because as connected we all seem, through all of these avenues, whether it be Facebook, the metaverse, Bigo, TikTok, all of this shit, when we get off of any of these platforms, we right there by ourselves again. We get entangled in all these people and we got all these different things going on. The moment we hit exit or the moment we turn that shit off, we right
Yeah,
there with self all over again.
yeah. Thank God I'm anonymous on here, bro. Like the shit that be happening on here, I'd be like, damn, nobody knows about this in my real life. But on Bigo world, it's just fucking crazy. It's like you got enemies on here, you got groups and different. I've never experienced that. Even in high school, it wasn't like that. My high school wasn't necessarily like this, pecking orders and shit like that, and bullying and tactics and all that shit. So this is strange to me. This is really strange. This whole app.
You know,
Once you turn it off, bro, it doesn't really exist. It doesn't really affect you once you turn the app off. Like you kind of damn near forget about the shit.
it was Bigo that taught me about doxing. Like these,
Doxing,
you
yeah.
gotta be. Oh man, that's
Yo, they record you now, bro. Like they record your phone now. You know that's fine. Like that's like illegal, low key. Like they'll record you. You feel me? Like nigga, they'll spy on you. They'll sit in like that shit is crazy, bro. Like niggas that do shit. You can't do that in real life, bro. Like you get your ass knocked the fuck out doing shit like that. So yeah, shit. This app is definitely different, but it's addicting too because these are really cool conversations and really taboo conversations with people you otherwise would never talk to in real life. Who cares if that male is a
Right.
misogynist? You probably would never talk to him in real life. He would never talk to you in real life. But on
Mm-hmm.
here, it feels like that's a threat to my society. It feels like, and then I found out like it's only 40 million people on this app a month. Most of those people are Asians. There's only 40 million blacks in America. But this app, for example, is 40 million monthly users. And I guarantee you that percentage of black people is like 0.4% of some crazy shit. You can't find the
Mm-hmm.
information on it. But we're probably such a
that.
small segment that this is not a reflection of the black population. It feels like it is sometimes. It's like, man, our people is fucked up. But it's just like these are very fringe sides of the internet. This isn't black culture. This isn't the reflection of the whole world. I mean, it kind of
I was
is.
about
It
to.
kind of sort of is still, but it's
I
like a
hope it's
micro
not.
version of it. It's like a
I
micro.
really
It's,
hope.
it's super micro. Yeah, because you
The
can see the
the thing that
disgruntled
I'm
black
concerned
male.
about though,
I'm sorry. Mhm.
the thing that concerns me though, right? Is so like let's just say all of us are coming from a different tangent of the collective diaspora, right? And then there are some that are going to get on here and be influenced by the nonsense and begin to bring that out into their corners of that diaspora. And that
Mm.
creates influence. You know what I'm saying? I don't that's the bad part. And
Yeah,
I've
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
started
Yeah.
yeah.
to see in my real life people who are not on Bigo. but the ideas that I feel are toxic are starting to seep into my real life, which is strange.
And you know a good, a
Same.
platform that does that really well. YouTube. YouTube allow people, like just like Balboa said, allow people from many different diasporas to put their ideas and views on the internet, and it allow other people to come and watch and then take that idea back with them to then go and share to everybody around them.
Yeah, this whole concept of an algorithm, when you click a certain video, certain content, and then that's all you get across all platforms. Your email is connected to all these platforms. And if your Twitter is liking a bunch of Trump stuff and a bunch of red pill stuff, you're just going to get a bunch of stuff on YouTube, and you can go down the rabbit hole, and the clickbaiting starts to happen. And now I just watched a bunch of Andrew Tate videos and Elon Musk videos and Jordan Peterson videos. And now I get on Bigo and TikTok and I regurgitate. So I think that's a problem. And I have seen that
Yeah,
in my real life too. Even on,
yeah,
it doesn't, not even with the right, on the left, the right, the middle, spirituality, pseudoscience, the alien conversation, the Native American conversation. That's big. That's a really big deal right now. Black Americans feel like they're
What's
indigenous
up,
to this country
General?
en masse. I thought that was just Bigo, but it's like a huge thing now. Like
yeah,
rappers are Waka Flocka Flames coming out. I'm indigenous to this country.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like it's getting worse. But
yeah.
the Hebrew Israelite shit
In the
too. Go ahead.
melanated community, the
What's
first
up, cool?
platform I really saw start to do this was Sadnetta TV, right? Most of these melanated people had no clue about none of this stuff until they started watching Sadnetta TV. And then after they start watching Sarnetta, they take what they learn from Sarnetta. And remember, Polite used to be this big old enigma. People used to take what they heard from Polite and just, hey man, such and such and such and such and this is what that is. And people used to be like, what nigga, shut your stupid ass up. And then it led to people going to go research and was like, yo, that has something to it. Hold up.
I'm gonna
And
tell
it
you.
just
I'm gonna
trickles
tell you if
down.
I may, brother. I'm gonna tell you if
Mm-hmm.
I may, man. This shot right here. It's like I know exactly what you're saying, especially with not Sonetta, but Polite. Man,
Mm-hmm.
like you know how your soul is searching for something, right? You're just searching, and then you just hear somebody speak, and when they speak, you like, whoa, shit. It's kind of like what a Nipsey verse I heard, man, from kind of not way back, but a couple of years ago. He's like, it's a couple niggas every generation that wasn't supposed to make it out, but decode the matrix. And when they speak, it's like a coded language. Reminds niggas of their strength and all they stolen greatness. And that's literally how I felt when I heard some of these people that y'all even talking about speak, man, because I just never heard no shit like that. And like you said, going and do the research and all of that, man. And you like, damn, in my generation, you hearing somebody like this talk the way they talk, and it's almost liberating. You know what I mean? Like you start to pull up your
What up,
pants
rap?
more, and
What's good, y'all?
you start to develop character and all that, and you actually want to be somebody versus your past life, like
What
being in the streets. You know,
What's the topic,
Mm-hmm.
guys? What's
Mm-hmm.
the top? What's the topic? What are we talking about? Just so I could catch up a little bit.
just what were we talking about? Just like y'all got on like Sarnetta and all that. And people early on in the so-called conscious community or whatever,
We was
and
talking
how
about a
people
few things.
are regurgitating that information
Yeah.
basically.
Right. There
Mm.
we go. Yeah.
I think those guys are literally put there by the CIA or some white supremacist groupings. I mean, it's just there's a guy named
That could
Dane
okay.
Calloway. Dane Calloway is just like, I mean, that guy right there.
Bro.
Him, Jesse
Man, that nigga
Jamerson,
there, bro. Dude is,
me,
man.
Tommy Sotomayor, Tariq Nasheed. I mean, those guys are just. I truly believe they're being
But
put there for a reason.
I think we're in a space where some of the stuff that we see is so outlandish that we feel like we have to find somewhere to put it that makes sense, and then we start classifying it as, oh, they must be agents of the government. No, they're just fucking stupid. Like I don't think that, you know what I'm saying? Like unless we have proof that they actually have been implanted from the government, I'm keeping them in the stupid box.
I
Period.
feel like this too. That's like what's the dude name? Not Reverend Jackson, Al Sharpton, right? A lot of people back in our parents' day and shit like that looked up to like Al Sharpton. I
Hey,
recently
oh,
found
my
out
bad.
that
Shut
he's
up. Rep,
actually
set
a
up a
FB.
debate. Set up a debate between me and Tariq Nasheed. I'll destroy his ass in 10 seconds, or 1,000, not a
Frequency,
thousand, or
but
500 bucks, or
like
whoever thinks, you know what I
No,
mean?
I'm
I
just
recently
bullshit. I
found
would, I
out
would, I
that
would pay money to
Al
see that. I
Sharpton
don't.
is a FBI informant.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
Yeah, yeah, I
recently
heard
just
that too.
found that shit out, and a lot of people looked up to him for his information and so-called knowledge. He
Hey,
literally
No,
look.
said it.
cool, cool has an interesting point because a lot of times, like, I don't know if you guys watch Vlad TV at all, but
Oh
like
my God,
Vlad
he's
is like
also
this.
from the government too. He's also from the
No doubt,
government.
no
This guy
doubt,
right
no
there.
doubt, no doubt. But he's done interview. I might be wrong. It might not have been Vlad. It's some channel
What
that
up,
does
God
interviews
Energy?
with this dude from the CIA, and he gets deep
You
into their practices about how they identify
Oh, you talking about
agents.
the
You know what I'm talking about?
yes, the dude
And
with the dude with the curly hair, the dude with the curly hair.
yes,
He's
yes.
actually he's based out of South Florida. He
And
was an ex yeah, that's facts.
he talks
yo,
about
it's
how
not.
they identify an asset, how they literally convince people
Mm-hmm.
to beyond their will to be assets and stuff. And the shit is deep because it's really based off of like a deep understanding of human psychology. And it's like, yo, I can see this shit now. You know, I can really see it. But as it pertains to like the brother polites and all of this stuff, you know, I've heard it said that some of these dudes they just come across at the right time and they're good repeaters of information and they're just gifted with how to tap into how to express certain things to people and so they touch your emotion and so you feel almost attached to it because it's like you can't find an immediate flaw in the way that they orate and so you get that confirmation bias because it seems like damn this shit he's saying is so fucking logical that you almost detach yourself from is he really practicing the shit that he says does it hold up in all situations and it just beckons back to that why you can't fall in love with the orator. You got to fall in love with the information that resonates with you, but then you got to cross check the shit. You got to really cross validate it
Mhm.
because a lot of shit can go right under your nose if you're not careful and you just accept anything, man.
That's facts.
But you
Yeah.
know what? People are not going to cross check. I mean, that's just facts, brother. Like, only a few people are going to really be like, is this true? Most people are going to go off of it makes sense, And so, like, the polites, the young pharaohs, these people, I think they got in to the social media phase and game when it was brand new and
Mhm.
everybody was just reacting to it. I think that's what it was because it's not like this is new information, but you're right. They just had a way of presenting it that it
Hmm.
sounded good to the people, But
Can I
then
add?
Yeah.
and people not I'm about to land and people not
Got
really
you.
aware of the culture where you need to have cultivation along with the information fell for it, but then saw the person fall apart due to not having a cultivated character.
Can I add one more piece of information? Like, if anything, you could say that they're opportunists. A lot of them. Like, imagine
Mhm.
coming around during the time of COVID, and you're giving knowledge where nobody's a subject matter expert, and what you think would be things that you can add to your diet to kind of prevent. That's he's taking advantage of the opportunity of the community, not necessarily being subject matter experts and everything. And like you said, who's going to cross check it? So once you get enough people subscribing, but then liking, it's almost like it gains momentum. I gotta turn my
Do you
Mhm.
mic
think
down.
do you think Polite damaged the community or it was more positive for the community?
Well, when you look at somebody like Polite, it's so funny because his rise to fame was banging on Hebrew Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
After he got recognized for keep beating them in debates, right? Then he started on, oh well, I'm making these financial plans. I'm making a book about. He made a book, money is my god. Things of that nature. I would honestly say, looking from a non-biased perspective, a lot of stuff that he put out, his own stuff, personal, was actually more harmful than helpful, because a lot of us that were watching him, we didn't have at that time have the finances to actually do what he was talking about when he was talking about planning what he was planning. Like, that shit was really unrealistic. Just like y'all was saying, he made it sound good, but when he was talking about his plans, that shit was really unrealistic. Cause like, who the fuck got $12,000 to do this and do that and do this? Nobody got that type of money. But we like to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, that dude got hundreds of books too, man. That shit crazy. Like literally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He
God
had his own.
Energy
I think
raised
he was
his
planning
hand
to
as
have his own
well.
bank.
Let him
Yeah,
jump in as well.
Now, what
yeah,
about
thank you.
It's another guy
Brother,
from back in
brother,
the day. Oh, go
I
ahead,
had
God,
raised
brother. My
my
bad, brother.
hand.
My bad, brother.
No
Go ahead,
doubt.
brother.
No doubt, no doubt. I also agree that I feel like it was harmful to jump right into the economic thing and use our need for economic advancement, and then use that as a way to get in on, taking advantage of the community with the status correcting things. And it's just crazy. It's super crazy. And then to be so popular and then to go down for what he went down for, similar things to Malachi Z. York, whose
Yep.
organization
Big
he
Mm-hmm.
comes
facts. Big
from.
facts.
So to it's also too like the black community cutting off its own head because we elevated this person to the spotlight. You know what I'm saying? And then this is what he turns out to be. So it's almost like Bill Cosby, America's wholesome father, being accused of these heinous things that he got accused of. You know what I'm saying? It seems like in this era, almost everyone that represents the black community is having crazy things associated with them, is being taken down, is being buck broken. You know what I mean? And that's what's very concerning. And Polite fit right into that trend, unfortunately. So it was harmful for a number of reasons. I feel like.
And then it feeds into the trend. I hope I'm not skipping anybody. Please tell me if I am. That, like, how people say,
Cool, raise
no,
this hand.
sorry.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys. No, I was uh, go ahead and skip me, but I do agree with what you guys are saying. Oh, well, real quick. Matter of fact, everyone that followed in the line of Malachi Z. York is a weirdo. I'm just saying. Like, if you look at all of them, they're weird. But I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I was just adding that it falls into alignment when they say that no notable black prominent person ever gets out of the game clean. You know what I'm saying? It's like it creates this scenario where you want to be like, you want to go conspiracy theoretical. You're like, oh, they just did it to us again. They just caught another one of us. So it lends to you to want to be like, nah, this can't be everybody. Everybody's like walking around on demon time. Like everybody's doing this nefarious, dirty hood shit. That knowing full well the historical uh, pathways, how they've taken down so many people that were rising. Like you said, the Malachi Z. Yorks. What are the odds of Brother Polite going out in the same fucking manner? You know what I'm saying? Playing the same type of dirty ass games, and so it leaves you
Mm,
like stuck. What the fuck do you fucking believe anymore? What can you trust
mm.
anymore? Nobody. You know.
Hmm.
If I may say so, why is it that all of these people, specifically in this country we call the U.S., which is a corporation, why do they try to find everything else to believe in other than African spirituality? Literally, something that's been tried and true that doesn't have none of those issues. You got the Moors, you got the Hebrew Israelites, the Black Muslims. I could go on and on and on. Now we'll be in, but nobody wants to follow African spirituality, whereas something that's tried and true, and unlike all those other things, that's actually been able to help deliberate people. Right, so it's, I think the white man's done a great job in this country and actually in the world of cutting people away from their true power. You know what I'm saying? Because if you break down all these things you're talking about, they all have their roots in one place, the oldest religion on earth. But they don't want to follow it because clearly it's taboo in America to follow it. based on the white man's movies, the white man demonizing it, and the white man making you feel like you're like the superior Negro compared to other Negroes. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. All I'm saying is, if you follow the teachings of African spirituality, whether you want to call it Voodoo, Ifa, whatever, you don't seem to have these issues. That's all I gotta say about that.
I respect that. And to add on to your build, like if you reverse engineer some of this shit, like if you look at it as, well, what would the power elite want to do to remain in control? Well, they would cause you to have disbelief in all the things that would work for your benefit. So, you can almost look at it as like you just like they say, follow the money. You know what I'm saying? Like follow who would have an increased interest in you not believing in what would actually lead to your, whether it be your salvation or your removal from oppression or whatever, and why, and what would they fund to steer the narrative to turn you away from what could actually work for you.
Mhm. Yeah, because my thing is this, right? Hey, what's up, Queen of Chess? Matter of fact, I was on Queen of Chess panel 2 days ago. I think she fell asleep, and me and this uh, Cuban white guy from New York we started off with a heated exchange, but we ended up having one of the most amazing conversations I've ever had on here. I'd probably liken it to what me and God Energy had, and we went down so many times. But to be told, in this country, oh, you heard us? I thought you were sleeping. In this country, when you have people that basically allow others to control their culture, they control your thought process, your movements. I mean, look at the situation with what's the guy's name, Little Dirk, right? I mean, I was watching the thing where he got the two keys to the city. He just did this thing for the city. Like he's really, I see this young man really, really trying to get to a place, and something he did in the past has come back to haunt him. You see what I'm saying? So I think there's a war on black excellence in this country. I think black people don't realize that shit. Like you need allies. I don't care if they're from America or from whatever. All black people. There's a war against all of them. So if you don't recognize that shit and you keep falling for that trap, then we're fucked. Period. Point blank. And that goes for whether you're FBA, which by the way, I'm not saying there's no such thing as FBA. By the way, when I be going on my rants, whether you're FBA, whether you're from anywhere else in the diaspora, you are under attack. It doesn't matter where you're at. Whether you be in Haiti, Los Angeles, Africa, it doesn't matter. If you're melanated and they consider you black, whether you consider yourself black or not, you're under attack, right? So that being said, and I'm not into hip hop like that in terms of drill music, but I did feel something about the Dirk thing simply because I recently started following a little bit about it, and somebody played the video of Wallow talking to him and talking to Young Thug, and Wallow crying. So we have an absence of fathers, absence of leaders, culture been fucking sabotaged and bastardized, and we all know who's bastardizing and monetizing the culture and promoting the bullshit. But no one wants to say anything about it, and I'm so confused. I'm so confused. But if you adopt the ideals of African spirituality, you will not be scared to speak against these devils. It just won't happen. You know what I mean? So Grand Verbalizer, I'm not sure who you're talking to, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'll mute up. I mean, I'm scared. Okay, cool. All right. Why? Okay. All right. Let me mute up.
I don't know who's going with this, but I just want to say the inverse is also true. As much as we seemingly have a fear or reluctance or laziness to address the evils, the oppression, the enemy, the true enemies, we also have a reluctance to do the opposite for those that stand in the gap, to lift up the people who do the work, that work tirelessly, who give money, who create initiatives, who are working on liberation. We're also not doing the work of keeping those people fed, alive, engaged, supported, etc. Protected is a big one.
Powerful point, Bob.
But I have a question though, Babua. So at what point do we also realize that we know what's going on, but some of us volunteer to be a part of this shit? Like, I look, I'm not trying to be controversial, right? I truly, you know what? Let me mute up because I've been sipping a little bit, and I'm not gonna really say how I truly feel about different cultures and different peoples because I don't want to be an asshole tonight. But trust me, I let me just mute up. A couple more shots, I might have more courage.
Salute to cool. Self-checking.
Right? Check him out. Acting like he got says on the panel. I see you,
I'm
brother.
trying not to be a dick. I'm telling you because my true feelings
Yo,
about
I
this shit,
see you.
my true feelings are, you know what I mean?
Yo, cool. This is
Hmm.
this is being recorded. So if anybody says that you didn't, I got proof.
For real. That's funny.
Yeah, because I'm like, you know, it's frustrating to me, like, because this morning I observed a very disturbing panel, and I just had to put it on speakerphone for the people in the office to listen to it. I mean, I'm talking about vitriol and pure hatred, right? And I'll be honest with you, I'm trying to get this solution with Black. I really am. You know, I'm trying to just give a fuck. I mean, because what I would have witnessed earlier today, under any other circumstances, they would be considered like a Nazi Klan rally type of shit. But it was black people doing it to each other. Well, to others, I should say. So, you
Do
know.
you think, not to cut you off, cool, you think Vigo's a
Mhm.
reflection of Black America? Do you think it's an accurate reflection of Black America?
You want the truth? Yes,
Yeah.
I do. I do. I think it's an accurate reflection. I mean, obviously not everyone, but I think there's a huge segment of the population that thinks like that. Period. These are dots from somewhere else. So you live all around America that they won't say some of this stuff at their workplace, but they'll say it on a place they feel safe that no one gets to them, which people should realize that's not true, right? So, do I think it's a reflection of hatred and the vitriol that I witnessed today earlier on Moses' panel towards people that were black of other nations? Yeah, absolutely. Because I clearly look all over YouTube and everything. I think I see the same bullshit. So, absolutely, I think it might not be everyone, but there I was at least 25%. Because when you're hanging people that look like you and these psychotic chick that was losing her mind, just losing her mind, and they were dead fast that people were eating cats and dogs and coming here raping and murdering, and I'm like, come on, bro, you're what's the thing about what says echo chamber? You're basically echoing white supremacist talking points on people that look like you. You know what I mean? And since I was busy, I couldn't go up on the panel and talk. And matter of fact, I was in the window. You know what? Let me not even go in the window. A chick that I actually dated that stayed was on that panel. I thought they're blue. Let me just window marketing now. But I had to say, listen, what are you listening to, man? I said, let y'all hear this. Let me just let y'all hear something. It was people, what? Oh, yes. To that question, I think it's an accurate representation of people's culture. So fucking really. To be honest with you, when you start losing people that have my mindset, whether or not I got money or not, right? Huh? Okay, so anyway, whether or not this person has money or faults and is nobody, whatever, I promise a bunch of people with my mind, when they hear that, it turned off a particular, and history repeats itself for a particular reason. So when I watch bullshit, I was like, oh, the could know that everyone was up there, and so this is how people truly feel. Literally, what truly feel, and I could go further and call it self-hating, right? Because I understand when you see other people speak another language that look like you, whether or not their homeland is a shitty place, but they could go there, and they have a history that is well documented, and it's not being compromised by whatever. I can understand how that would, make you feel like people look down on you, whereas all it is just a difference in culture. You know what I'm saying? So when I take a look at what I saw earlier today, which I recorded it, but unfortunately I accidentally fucked it up. It was so terrible that, quite frankly, yeah, it makes you get disillusioned. Because there's no benefit, to be quite honest with you. Where I live, the people I deal with, no benefit for me to fight for anybody else's plight, especially when those people think of me like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It is what it is. So we're not just going to keep blaming the man when we have adult, especially males, who are sitting there talking about someone who could be the future president of the United States and talking about her being violated, talking to her, talk about this, talk about that, she's not black enough, she's not this and that. I was watching this from a white panel, I'd be like, oh my God, racist. But then it's a black panel doing this. Just saying. You're not going to make excuses here. Okay?
I just want to say I've witnessed a lot of the same things that you've witnessed here. And having been raised by my stepfather, who is American descendant of slaves, died in the World Baptist, raised from the South, coming to the North, right? They would fucking never. They wouldn't, and I want to allow for the people that are on this app to be a representation for those people. That would not be appropriate. I think that this kind of space may just be inviting a certain type of person. That's more likely what the problem is. I don't want this to be the identity of a group of people. I don't think that's what's happening here. And if I go into like thinking about the people I've seen that are the most egregious, I think we're more likely to find common ground about like psychological disorders and personality issues more than anything, more than it being a cultural, racial issue.
Well, and I could explain why I think it's becoming a cultural issue, because this culture in America has always been able to be influenced behind the scenes that make money off of it. Example, it was in 1990, there was a meeting about them building prisons for it. It's well documented. Some of the what's it? Bone Thugs and Harmony were there. Hip hop started as something as a rebellion against establishment and basically journalistic output for those that were. It got compromised once these same people came in with the money. These are the same people that Malcolm X is an evil man. Luther King, they call him a coon. They call him a whatever. They demonize leaders. They was a pedophile. They just it's a constant divide the black man and the black woman in America. It's a constant fucking attack. So what I'm saying is this, right? When you have culture like that, it's based on money, right? You're going to take their ideology because they could shape and mold you however you want. You're a puppet. You know, let's give 501c3 tax credits for the preachers. If people understood the beginning of that, preachers were not allowed to speak against white supremacy in America. Otherwise, they were not allowed to be preachers. The drum was outlawed because they said it was working back to the days of Africa. So they removed you from your source in order to mold you and use you as a weapon or victimize you at any point they want to. And I think there's enough people that have witnessed this shit to know what's going on. So I can only say that these people are voluntarily being stupid. When I watch a bunch of black men drag the fuck out of this woman, Kamala, and then say, well, she's not this, she's not that. But the same things you're accusing her of, Trump has done worse. And he's clearly letting you know he's a racist. So at some point, you're woefully ignorant, bro. And it's not going to work for you because the demographics are shifting in America. And at some point, either party could use you as basically bait for other people coming over here. So I'm looking at 20, 30 years from now, and I'm looking at a country in which pretty much half the people have to speak Spanish, right? And these other people come from other countries. And who's going to be at the bottom? Let's really keep it a buck here. Who's really going to be at the bottom, right? So we could play games all we want to, but you better recognize the shift that's happening in demographics. So you could rant all day long on Bigo and on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you want to rant. But I guarantee you, while you're ranting, these other people are saving money together, stacking up and getting their communities together, and they're going to be voting for their interests. And they're going to remember, hey, this person said this about this particular female because she was a black woman, but she wasn't black enough. Who are you gonna get? So what I'm saying is this: they're shooting themselves in the foot. It's irritating someone like me because I'm seeing what's happening, right? And I'm seeing how one man could sit up there, right, and lie and spread fear and division, and the people who are his primary victims are eating that shit up and now want to victimize others that look like them. Why are they attacking the people that control the record industry, who have a disdain from them? Why are they teaching kids to read this book called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews? Why are black people in either party scared to talk about these guys with the little hats who are literally actively undermining your culture? Like, who you think funded the slave ships? But yet you're mad at somebody coming from Cameroon or Nigeria or Haiti or Jamaica. That nigga ain't doing shit to you. The fuck? And first of all, this whole idea, oh, we own this. You don't own nothing here. When the world thinks of Americans, I promise you, they have an idea of a white man. I don't give a fuck how much influence you think you got because they exploit your culture. So I would think it'd be a shame for you not to be the same one going around talking shit, demonizing, and spreading hate amongst others that look just like you. So that's why I'm disillusioned. Because despite how poor the Caribbean and other places are, we understand steadfast that it doesn't matter what you look like. If you're non-white, you are our ally. That's it. And if you are a white person that wants to be an ally, then welcome. Because let's be very clear, black people in America would not have gotten their civil rights if it wasn't for their white allies in a predominantly white country. Let's make this very fucking clear. Right? So at the end of the day, when I see the bullshit happens, I'm simply going to call it out. And that is why I say I'm disillusioned. And that is why I believe there's a vast majority of people that are literally being converted. When I was growing up, I didn't see the Dan Callaways. I didn't see the all these other people talking the shit they're talking about. I never even knew what a Hebrew Israelite was, right? But I'm watching a group of people that are the most oppressed and marginalized in America hate everyone. So if you hate the gays, if you hate the women, if you hate the Caribbean people, if you hate the Latinos, if you hate the whites and you hate the Asians, who the fuck is gonna be on your side? Who's gonna be your ally? Who? Well, don't you think it's easy for them to just team up against you? But then you got some of the strongest people coming from other places that look like you, and you're forcing them to not ally with you. But then you get mad at Cool and Haitian because he said something that you feel like I'm being rude. No, I'm telling you the truth. There is no reason for me living in South Florida to give a fuck about Black American culture. I do it because I'm Black, because I'm melanated, because where I come from, we're Black first. We don't care if you're Black from America, if you're from Africa. To me, if you're Black, you're Black, period. But I'm starting to realize there's a contingency of people in this country that are making millions of dollars off dividing people that look like them. And I'm not cool with that shit. But I do know what's going to happen in the future is you're creating resentment. You're creating anger, hate. You're creating people that look like you, that speak multiple languages, that could clearly bypass you and not deal with you and deal directly with the white man, the Asian man, the Latino person. And you'll be at the bottom and they will all make fun of you. Because guess what? You're allowing yourself to be used as a tool against white supremacy. White supremacy doesn't give a fuck about Black America. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about us. Straight up, point blank. Because at the end of the day, even his fucking ties and his clothes are made in China. That MAGA hat is produced where? Not in America. They're not dumb. They're using you to talk shit. They're using you to say, "Oh, Kamala's not Black." This and this. And I'm not just saying this because I'm pro Kamala, but I'm realizing the matrix and the game that's being played. And as a former con artist, I promise you, they're doing a very good job at doing it. I salute them because it's working. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I didn't want to really speak my true thoughts because I don't want to hurt no one's feelings. But the truth is, the rest of the world is looking at a segment of people in this country, and I'm telling you, it's resentment and hate. It's going to get to a point where the Latinos are going to hate you just as much as whites. It's already happening. Take a look at LA. Take a look at the predominantly Latino places. They don't fuck with Black people, bro. I'm telling you. So you're having the whole world hate you, including those of you that look like you with the same lineage that happen to be gay. They hate you. Why? Because you are not being inclusive. You're being divisive. And I want to say one last thing. I want people to understand. It's very simple, bro. Nobody cares about how you feel in America unless you are the white man or the government. Straight up. That's just what it is. Because you don't have a military, you don't have a navy, you don't have border control, you don't have economic power to suppress somebody. You can't stop someone from their religion. You can't do shit. Matter of fact, if you do, it's called a hate crime and you get fucked up. So I'm just saying, open your eyes and be wise and realize what game these so-called Republicans, these so-called fucking people like Donald Trump are playing on you. They're using you. That's what it is. I'll mute myself.
Well, one thing I will say is that I don't like the black on black conversational abuse we've been going through lately. I think it's been going on for a while now, whether it's talking shit about Africa or just immigrants in general. And I don't know where else that's coming from besides this anti-blackness that kind of is around the entire world, and us just falling into the anti-African rhetoric that's been around for freaking thousands of years. I think that's why I kind of do kind of panels like this and try to stay in historical facts and things like that. Because once you start looking at science and historical facts and things like that, you start to recognize the bullshit that we really be talking when we're talking about each other. And then we can also, like, you know, have our own spaces to speak honestly about these type of things. But I don't know. All I can do is try. Can I say something? What you gonna
Yeah, I was
say?
watching
Say
good.
hi.
What's good, little man? What's good? Peace, peace.
Hey.
Yeah, I was
What's up?
watching Good
What's
Times
up?
yesterday. I was watching Good Times yesterday. Y'all remember the episode when Florida Evans got mad at her daughter Thelma for dating an African? It was like, yo, this shit has been around for decades, yo. Like, nigga, we've been hating on Africans for decades, maybe even centuries, going back to the plantation days, man.
Not to cut you off, Nappa, but Mr. I'm assuming it's Mr. Jermaine Fisher. Do you want to come up? Like, do I have to catch out the host for you so you can come up? Because I tend to talk directly to people, so I'm calling your name out since you've been addressing me. Come up.
I could free up a box because I'll be right back.
Yeah, come on up here and explain to me how I'm an idiot and how what I said was wrong. There you go. He's able. There you go. Boom. No, trying to suck him up. Verbalizer, you too. Yeah. Can somebody
Hey,
drop for Mr. Fisher,
Fiesta.
please? Jermaine Fisher.
Yo,
Is
even
there
when they point
anybody
No,
out,
who
allow it.
could drop that's not participating in the conversation? Epic, are you still here? Jewel, you still here?
Damn, I want to got in.
Hey,
Right.
let me tell
Nobody
you
asked you to
something.
leave. Oh, he had an issue.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You're absolutely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Africa. I've been to Nigeria. I've been to Burkina Faso. And I've been to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. They look at you. They look at us. They look at us as gringos. What you're saying is
I've been to
factually
Nigeria
incorrect.
too. I've been
I
to
am no.
Nigeria.
Wait,
I've
hold
been
on.
there too.
Time out.
And Benin.
I am married.
Like,
I am
okay.
married. I am married to a woman from Burkina Faso. She is African. I cannot go to Africa. All that you talking about is false, bro. I cannot go to Africa and get any
So you
benefit.
can't go to
And
Africa.
hold on, and get any benefit and get any benefit before those locals that are there. They are not. They look at me as a gringo. Those Africans said, "You are a gringo. You are from the United States. You are a gringo. You are not a local." If you go to Africa, they're gonna let you know that. I don't know what
I've
you
been
talking about, bro. But
but you're
I am
yelling,
from
but I'm telling
America.
you, okay, you let me talk.
Bro,
I've been to
I am
Africa.
from
I've been to
United.
Africa.
I've
No,
been to
you
Africa. I've been to
no no
Africa.
no, I want to
I've been to
address you,
Africa.
sir.
You
Sir.
are a
Sir.
gringo.
And
I'm
so
a
have I.
gringo.
And
You're a
so have
gringo.
I.
Everyone in America
And
is
so
a
have I. No,
gringo.
Hold on. Jermaine. Jermaine, you're muted. Jermaine, you're muted, honey. You're muted. I need you to calm down and have a conversation. Not only are you yelling, but you're repeating yourself a little bit. So I need you to take a deep breath and let's have some real sentences so we can have a real conversation that everybody can follow and is not like, annoyed by. Okay? I got energy to get back in your box line if you want to. But at the end of the day, I just need to have a calm conversation. After Jermaine goes, it's gonna go to Cool and then it's gonna go to Grand.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, so do you want to go first or do you want me to go? Because you just went. I don't know if you want to go again. It's
You
up to
wanna
you.
finish off?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut you
Okay,
down. Go
so
ahead. Go ahead. I
all
got him.
right. Well, as long as you allow me to speak and don't cut me off, right? Put me on speaker so whoever's over there can hear you. So since you say you got this, so now let me start off with
No,
what you
we
just said. You
all
said,
hear you.
oh,
We all
"Good,
hear you.
thank God, thank God." Okay, so now you can mute and let me continue. Here's the kicker: what I stated was facts. You said I'm absolutely wrong about everything. You said if you go to Africa, they look at you like such and such. I've been to Africa. I've been going to Benin since I was a kid, right? I've been to Nigeria, right? Matter of fact, the last time I was out there with my wife and my two kids, and we stayed at Lagos for 5 days, right?
Mhm.
We didn't have no issues. Nobody looked at us and said, "Oh my God, they're gringos." No, it was not. What the hell?
Mhm.
First of all, they don't even use the word gringo over there because that's a Latin-based word. That's a Hispanic-based word for white people. They don't look at you as a gringo, sir. The difference is you have a different culture than they do. Culture does not supersede race. In Europe, they're white, generally speaking, but they have multiple different cultures. Not everyone's going to get along. So the idea that you went there and they looked at you as a gringo and you couldn't go to services, what happens is in America, people grow up here. Somebody has a background. I'm not sure who it is. Grand Verbalize, you're echoing. In America, we think that everyone else in the world is generally not all American, but Grand Verbalize, can you mute your echoing, bro? Please. My God.
Crybaby.
Can you mute? Thank you. So we tend to think that we have the best of the best and we're the best of this, and others somehow, some way, if they don't accept how we behave, are looking down on us. No, if you go to Dubai and they tell you you're not supposed to yell in the street and get loud and curse out people, you're going to get arrested. That is their laws. So when these women went over there and did that shit, it wasn't because they were black, it's because they broke the country's laws. If you go to Russia, they tell you no drugs, and you're Brittany Griner, even though you were working there and playing over there, they arrest you and they want to give you 9 years in prison because you broke their laws. Some countries.
That's not what I'm
So
talking about.
why, sir, why are you cutting me off? I'm about to wrap it up. The point I'm trying to say is you went to Africa. I'm not sure what experience you had, but I've been going to Benin since I was a kid with my mother because she's a priestess and they would have their ceremonies over there. And then when I got older, I went to Nigeria twice, and I never had an issue. Never had an issue at all. Not 1 ounce of racism, not 1 ounce of people looking down on me. The people were very inviting. Everybody was happy. It was just a regular country. What the fuck? They didn't look at me like I was a gringo. So I'm not sure what your experiences are, but let's not say that, everyone over there hates you because you're a gringo or whatever. That could have been maybe your attitude. If you went there yelling like you went there, they don't have that type of shit. They're not loud like that, bro. Then possibly they might not like your attitude or your persona. They don't like people sagging their pants. So if you went there and that's what you did, they could judge you. It is their right to judge you based on their culture. Doesn't mean they hate you because you're a gringo. Okay, sir?
All right, you finished? You finished? You
Yeah,
finished?
I'll let my mic.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
finished, but it's
Okay.
going. Wait,
All right, cool.
hold on,
So
honey. Hold on, honey. He's finished, but it's going to Grand Verbalizer, and right after that, you could go right after Grand Verbalizer. Unless Grand Verbalizer is skipping. I don't know. I guess so. Go ahead, Jermaine and then Balboa.
No,
all
I
right,
was
bro,
on
let me
mute.
tell you
Oh,
let me tell
okay.
you something, bro.
Wait. Hold on. Grand Verbalizer's here. Grand Verbalizer, Jermaine, and Balboa.
I said I heard y'all talk African spirituality. African spirituality is the key to our success, the key to our empowerment. And when you find this, well, then you will begin to implement divine order, begin to speak into existence what we achieve, rather than can't achieve, is what I disagree with you, cool and Haitian. Said, and it was filled with passion, emotion, and spirituality is better than religion, and that's what we should be what y'all were talking about. And then it turns into a competition about who's wrong. And like I said, man, it's not about that. Like I said, you both are right. In my perspective, you're both right. Okay? Period. What's the problem? That's all I need to say.
All right, bro. So listen, when I went to Burkina Faso about 2 years ago, it's a poor country, right? And everyone was nice to me. They were respectful. The family threw a party for us. I mean, my wife is from Burkina Faso. She's from West Africa, and everyone was love. It was. I had a beautiful time. It was great. It was great. Her father said to me in French. He said to me. He said, I said, so do y'all do this to all the foreigners? He was like, no, in this case, it's a poor country. The only reason why they're nice to you here is because you have money. You're from a rich country. They don't see you. They don't see your color. It's black people that are born in Russia. They're black people that are born in Europe. They're black born all over the world. They're not looking at it. They're looking at your money. That's why people are nice to you. You. If you think for a second, hold on, bro. If you think for a second that you're gonna go to these places and be in the same economic and let's just say you're in the same economic condition as as the locals are, bro, you're gonna find out real fast you don't belong. They're not gonna be welcoming to you. They're not gonna be as kind and nice to you. The only reason why they're kind and nice to you is because you're from a wealthy country. These people, if you go to North Korea, here's another example. If you go to South Korea, those women are all over niggas. They all over niggas. They love black men. And you know why they love black men? You know why they all over us? It's because we got money. We come from a rich country. If we was on the same economic standing as them, bro, we will not get no respect, bro.
Okay,
They
so
don't. We won't get
countering
no
what I said?
respect, bro.
Where's he going with this? How is
Because
this countering what I said?
no, because you're saying that we should all accept the foreigners that come here. No, we should not. It's different
That's
culture.
what triggered
I'm
you.
from America.
Okay.
Wait, let me finish.
Why are you yelling? Why are you
You
yelling?
saying that we should,
Yelling about
man?
though.
Let
Can
me
you pipe
finish.
it down? Pipe it down
Let
though.
me
Pipe. I don't
finish.
want to listen to a bunch of screaming. Pipe it down.
Listen, man. Listen. I'm talking. I let him talk. Let me finish.
Stop
No, but
Listen. If
nobody
screaming
you
yelled
want,
though.
if
though.
you want to come here,
Easy motion.
You
man,
were
let me finish, bro.
screaming.
Let me finish, bro. Y'all
Stop
see, that's the problem. Y'all
screaming.
don't want to hear what I'm saying. You don't
No,
want to hear what
I
Stop
I'm
want you to
saying.
yelling.
stop screaming.
We can't hear you when you're
Okay. So
yelling.
just be quiet. Okay. So just listen. If they come here, dude, we should get the benefits that they get. And they shouldn't have to come here and
Oh
get
my God.
$4,000,
Let me raise
free
my hand.
housing, free all of this shit. Bro, there is no way. There is no way that you got homeless vets, black homeless vets out here. You got people with mental illness. You got black people who are homeless. You got black people who lost their jobs, lost their houses. And then you foreign from another country and then you get these benefits. No, they bringing these foreigners here. They're bringing these foreigners here because these foreigners are going to vote for that Democratic Party. That's the whole purpose of
Oh,
this
really?
thing. It's a game.
Mm.
It's a game. I'm not voting for Kamala
Okay.
Harris, bro. This is a game. You are playing into the same game. You're talking about the
Land your
same
plane, brother.
division that you want, that you are against. You're doing the same division because you're turning
Okay.
black Americans, you're turning these foreigners against black Americans. You're making us feel like, well, what the fuck? We don't
Oh,
get
so you
nothing.
feel
We've been asking for
inferior?
reparations.
Is it my
We've
turn?
been asking,
Is it my turn?
bro. No, it's not. Let me land. We've been asking for
Okay.
reparations for a while, and we haven't gotten it. And yet we let these foreigners come and get it. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. So
Yeah, but it goes to Balboa. Hold
Come
on,
Oh,
because Balboa
okay.
raised her
Okay.
hand as well.
I'm
Okay.
And
mute.
then
Go
it's
ahead,
you,
Balboa.
Balboa.
I'm done. Fuck.
All right.
I'm mute.
Thank you, honey.
Okay.
I just really wanted to speak on, and I know I be yelling sometimes, but like when your introduction to the conversation is yelling, it's kind of hard to like listen through that to try to understand where you're going with it. Like I tuned out 90% of what was being said because it was all yelling. And I thought about it, right? What he said was his position. I didn't think that any of it was necessarily like vitriol towards a group, but like calling out certain things. And you could have simply said, well, my experience has been different. This is what my experience is. You just came up here yelling. I didn't hear none of it. Well, he don't even hear me now. But whatever.
Okay,
I could
so
tell them to stop yelling.
okay. Is uh is it my turn or
Yes, yeah.
okay. My boy, were you done? I don't know if you were done or not, or if you wanted to
Yeah,
wait
I'm
for
done.
him. But yeah, okay. So first of all, this is why he got up here. He didn't get up here because of him being called a gringo or whatever the fuck he just made up right over there, right? He got up here because he felt that I was putting down quote unquote his people for quote unquote other people. And he's like, I feel like, oh, what the fuck? So that's where all that emotion is coming from. I get it. So he's triggered, which is cool. I kind of do that very well. Now, here's the deal. Clearly, this man doesn't understand geopolitics. He doesn't understand that America's always had immigrants. And he said, well, the immigrants are coming over here. They're getting houses. They're getting this. They're getting that. Do you know who the largest immigrant group is, sir? It's the white people. They're the original immigrants of this land. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Who gets more? Who gets more Section 8 housing food stamps? It's the white immigrants, not black people, not some jabroni coming from Africa or Haiti or so. Well, they're $5 Indians, but you're not out there in the street talking shit about them. But it's very easy to talk shit about the ones that look like you because you feel like they're powerless like you. Well, you got that kind of wrong, by the way. So all this vitriol that I see a lot of y'all FA people, see now I get nasty, right? Talk shit. Because true people that are Americans, they don't consider themselves FBA. They're just American, right? So when you sit there and you start yelling, say they're coming here, they're doing this, they're doing that. When did that start? Do you think that just started within the Biden administration, or do you think that started when they landed on Plymouth Rock and the original inhabitants of this land helped them, and they turned around and created Thanksgiving, which is coming up, by the way. Shout out to some of y'all that's going to be celebrating it, which is what I call Holiday Hell, of which they murder these people. That story about Pocahontas is a story of an older white man raping a young melanated Native American. But it's a Disney thing, right? When you're celebrating Thanksgiving, do you understand? They're giving thanks to who? When they took these people's land and murdered them, massacred them, killed them off with smallpox. But it's okay for you to get mad at the people that look like you because they come here and you just feel, well, you know what? I might not be shit in America, right? The white man been treating me like shit for 400 years, but at least I'm a nigga, but at least I'm not that nigga. It's the same thing that the poor white would say. Well, at least I'm not a black person. You're adopting the same ideology as them. So you get mad because I call it out? No. Regardless of how poor Burkina Faso is, regardless of how poor Nigeria is, right? Regardless of how poor the Congo is, Haiti, Jamaica, DR, Panama, they understand something that you seem to not understand. They're all melanated. There's no such thing as a better Negro. Because in the eyes of the white man, you're still a Negro. So when you sit there and say, well, they're coming here doing this or doing that. Well, if you're that angry, you should have been angry like that 400 years ago by the people that have been doing it originally that still keep doing it. Why aren't you protesting them? Oh, the foreigners, the foreigners. Sir, Donald Trump is a foreigner. Me and him are basically the same. I was born in Brooklyn. My parents are from another country. He was born in New York, Queens. And his parents are from another country. His dad's German. I'm confused. Mother's Irish. So since you want to say, well, Kamala Harris, she's not fully American because her dad's Jamaican and Indian. Well, okay, so and Obama is not. Well, listen, sir. Obama's dad's from Kenya. Kamala Harris's father's from Jamaica or India, whatever. Donald Trump's dad is from fucking Germany. I mean, are you not putting two and two together to realize what's really happening in this country here? So if you truly hate immigrants, then you've been ran by immigrants for the last couple of presidencies. I'm just letting you know. So you say, I'm not going to vote Kamala because they're bringing immigrants here. Well, then you should definitely hate Donald Trump because he's a son of an immigrant. You guys are fucking stupid. Period, point blank. And like I said, when you lack culture, you lack guidance. So you'll fall for any bullshit. Well, why don't you just go back to Africa, which is what he wrote in the comment that made me want to call him up here. Well, I'm confused. I could go back to Haiti, but I was born in America. So whether or not you like it, I have the same rights as you do. On top of the fact that I could go somewhere else. This is what it is. But before you start talking about immigrants,
Sacred
take a look
had
at
her
Donald
hand
Trump.
raised as well. Let him play cool. I'm back.
I'm about to land it. But before you start talking about immigrants, the one you love so much, your daddy Trump, he's an immigrant too. Okay, I'm just saying. Just don't forget about that. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say a couple things that he was talking about. Okay, the first thing I wanted to say was, you said something about Thanksgiving, right? Actually, that did not come from the colonizer. Indigenous people, they've been celebrating Thanksgiving, so that's not actually where the background of Thanksgiving came from, right? Two,
Who said that?
Box
that's me.
seven.
I said
Box
that.
seven.
Box 7.
All right, buddy.
No, that's not true. If you go dig deep, right? Because the colonizer, they took Thanksgiving. Because you got to keep in mind, how did the colonizers know exactly how the harvest seasons work for the crops,
Let me know
right?
when I can respond. By the
So
way.
Well,
the indigenous people,
I
they
got
already had a
I got the
different type of
history on that
Thanksgiving.
when it's my
Hold on, I
turn.
just wanted to. Okay, just never mind.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I
Nah,
just
y'all
got
gotta let
quiet
her
because I was
finish
trying
because
to
y'all didn't let her
talk,
finish.
but people keep talking
Go,
over me. So
go ahead. You're gonna go now, and then Cool's gonna go, and then I think I heard Swan. She wants to say something as well. What's up, Fusion?
yeah, I was just talking about the
That box for
background of
you.
Thanksgiving because everybody keep thinking that Thanksgiving just specifically only came from colonizers when it didn't. Right. This something I want to say, and then I want to go back too because he said something about that word, the Greco word or whatever. He was saying that it's Latin based, so basically African people. But you gotta understand, did you know that one of the most spoken languages in Africa is French, which is something that's Latin based.
Mm-hmm.
Most
Is it my turn?
African people, they do speak French. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what are you talking about, sir?
Okay, so I can
And
respond.
box
I can respond
8.
to you real quick.
And see, my
I'll
thing,
respond to
you
you.
you gotta let me
Okay.
finish, brother. You've been talking for
Okay.
10 minutes, and I have sat here
Well,
and listened to every drop, everything that
I
you
mean, I'm just
that you
you
said.
were expressing two different
Right?
things.
And
Okay,
it's
but go ahead. Continue.
possible
Continue.
that hold on, I'm saying everything that you said was wrong, but we got to keep in mind everybody got learning to do. You get what I'm saying? So just let me finish. I don't even want to finish no more because I
All right.
keep
So
getting did.
do you want to finish or don't want to finish? Because I'm not gonna just
I don't, and
go
I'm
ahead.
finna leave because he
Okay.
getting on
So
my
then mute
nerves.
yourself. Bye. Bye. So let me say this real quick because you're retarded. First of all, I'm gonna repeat what I said. I said the word "gringo" is Latin based. What the hell is this thing restarting now for? Oh no! It's gonna make me restart my phone. Hold on. God damn it! It's gonna. Okay, I have to come back then. You son of a bitch! You so.
Cool having technical difficulties. All right, Swan, you could go, and then we'll go back to Cool if you come back.
Yeah. I don't know where the natives get their Thanksgiving situation from. But when them crackers came over here, they already had that going on from their Bibles. Those Mennonites, those Quakers, all those type people, the Amish, they were celebrating something called Shavuot. This is in the Bible, in the Old Testament, in the Torah. Shavuot was their Thanksgiving for the harvest. They were already doing that when they came over here. Now, what these natives is doing, I don't know. But those crackers knew about this Thanksgiving already. That's all I wanted to say.
And I just wanted to point out that these all of these type of holidays, especially ones that derive around the harvest, are ancient. It doesn't start with the with just one people. Like it was, a celebration of plenty and shit like that. So Fusion, I don't know if you're ready to do your melanin portion. What's up, Comanche? Um, yeah, he's probably not ready yet. He was doing something. Most languages in Africa where French has been pushed is in the fact that Creole dialect combined with native languages. Yeah, that is true. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie. Me and my son cooking right now, so I kind of missed the conversation. All I heard was the part about holidays. I don't know where the fallout happened. All right, no worries, Fusion. Take your time. Um, I don't know what a disconnect really happened yet, but yeah, just as far as holidays go, it kind of does go around the cycles, the lunar cycle, the harvest, all of those things. What's up, guys? So, just something to note because I feel like that's a thing that gets said about Christmas as well. When it comes to like, oh, that's a white people pagan. Well, they say a pagan holiday, which it is. It is very pagan, but it isn't just doesn't just belong to the Romans. It doesn't.
I'm just confused how we got to Thanksgiving in the first place. Like I
We
missed
got you.
something.
We got you to Thanksgiving because the sister she wanted to expound on. Somebody said something about Thanksgiving, then she wanted to tell us about Thanksgiving wasn't just the
Yeah, I heard
situation.
her
Even
say it.
before.
I just didn't understand why she was introducing it because I guess I didn't hear the first reference
Oh,
to it
I don't
or
know
its
why it
relevance.
came up,
I
but
was listening.
yeah.
I was listening. Cool brought it up as a part of his rebuttal to the gentleman that left the box. I think his name was Foreign or something. And when Cool mentioned it, he mentioned it from the perspective of you celebrating Thanksgiving. And then she chimed in to clarify her point. I believe that was the precedent.
Yeah, he brought it up. So everybody keeps saying they lost, but he brought it up though. Right. And then he kept cutting me off for I was finna
Okay,
actually
I'm back. I'm
expound
back.
on a
I'm
lot of
back.
different
I'm back.
things, but everybody
I'm
kept
back.
cutting me off. So
Okay.
and see that's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Lord.
Okay, I know. We're gonna be calling the Lord tonight. Shout out to the Lord for real. Let's say this real quick. First of all, ma'am, I said gringo is a Latin-based derivative, which also said is mostly used by Hispanics to describe white men. Gringo is not French. Gringo is Spanish. We do understand that Spanish, Portuguese, right, and French come from the Latin, right, and of course English comes from the Germanic languages. Nobody was even disputing that. So that's confused. Second part, the Thanksgiving thing. You said, well, how did they learn how to harvest? I said they landed on Plymouth Rock. And people that helped them harvest and helped them cook and taught them how to do all these things, they ended up killing them. I literally said that. So when people get upset, right, and I'm gonna come up there and refute what he said, but then I could repeat exactly what I said, which basically is saying the exact same thing you're trying to say. You might not like how I'm delivering the message, but what did I say that was wrong? Did I say that the most people in Africa don't speak French? Never even set it up. I speak French. I speak Spanish. I speak Creole, and I obviously speak English. So I'm confused.
Jesus Lord. So all this, oh my God, I don't want to talk no more. Cut it out.
No, you keep cutting people off. Like every time I try to say something, you keep cutting people off. You be talking for 10 minutes while the whole panel is quiet, sir. It wasn't the fact that I was upset or whatever. I left because you cut me off. That's what I'm saying. And the reason why I brought that up because my thing is you brought it up. So my point was, why was you bringing it up?
To make a bigger point, to illustrate a point
Because the
of which
first
you can
time, the
hold on.
first
You asked me a
time
question,
you
ma'am,
stated it.
ma'am. You asked me a question, ma'am. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it.
No, it was a
I'm going to.
rhetorical question. It
Okay,
wasn't
well,
meant for
guess
you
what?
to
Guess what? Guess what? I'm still going to explain it. So we go back and forth and yell, or you're going to give me a courtesy
just
and
never
allow me to
mind. You
explain.
got it. You got it. I just
You've
don't
been
even want to
saying never
debate.
mind.
I
You've
don't
been
even
saying
want
there's no. You're not going to win
to.
a debate, though. That's the thing. My
I'm
energy is
not
not going to
trying to
allow you to
win
win a debate.
anything. It's just the
Right.
fact that you
So then
think
go on
that
mute.
you know everything, but you really sounding
Did
stupid
I say
though.
I know
Because my thing
everything? So
is,
what part that
you
sounds stupid? See,
no,
you're angry because
because
I know
the
more than
word
you.
that he brought up. Hold on, this is what was
What
said because I
word?
can repeat it. I hope y'all recording
Yeah,
this. If
repeat
y'all
it.
go back to
Repeat it.
what he
Repeat
officially
it.
stated, it was not the same thing that he's
Officially?
saying now. But
That is what I
okay,
said.
cool.
That's what I said. That is
No,
exactly what
you
I
just
said. You
bringing up
want see you
all
want to
this
argue with
stuff
me.
from my
You
phone.
want to argue with me. No, ma'am. You asked a question, whether rhetorical or not, I'm going to respond. So you can go back and forth and I'm not your boyfriend. So we're not gonna trust me, I have no
And I
sensibilities
don't
towards you.
want you to
I give two
be.
fucks. Okay, so then be quiet, like you said you're gonna do. Be a good girl and film la
What
bouche,
this
since you want to speak
gotta
French so
do with
much.
the topic though? Like, what are you
Well,
talking
you're
about,
asking
sir? You
no,
being
you're asking
very
I'm going to
dysfunctional.
sir,
Hold
ma'am,
on.
I'm going to respond. You keep saying I'm gonna go on mute and you keep coming right back up. So which one is it, ma? What are we doing here?
I came back because I
Anyways,
just didn't want to leave like that. I was like, let me go back.
okay,
Because
I
Is a
don't
Queen
care
be on
what you
my
gotta do.
panel a lot.
You
Hold on,
said
it
you're
didn't
gonna go
have
to
nothing to
mute.
do with you.
Okay, but I don't give a fuck. You address me, I'm gonna address it. Like it's not gonna work. I'm trying to
Sir,
tell you right now.
calm down.
What do you
Calm
mean
down. I
calm
see
down? I'm
I got
chilling.
your I see
You
doing.
got
Calm
me.
down.
You got
Why you
me.
get
This is
so
my energy for 4
emotional?
years. Emotional because I'm a
Calm
human being. We all get emotional.
down.
So
Control
you want
yourself
to
as a man
troll or you
because
want to
you
have
lack
so
self
here's what happens.
discipline.
Here's what
Look how
happens. Here's
you
what happens.
acting.
Here's what happens. You cannot counter what I said. You came up here trying to sound, like you want to counter it. You can't counter it. Then you want to get on some, oh, you're emotional. You're this, you're that. Listen, man, that doesn't work with
Sir,
me.
you didn't know what you was talking about at first. You left to go fact check. I
What
don't know
part?
whatever you did,
I
but
left my
that
phone
wasn't the
died because
first
I had to update it.
officially
I
thing
had
that
to
you
update it.
stated.
Ma'am,
Okay, go
ma'am,
ahead.
ma'am, ma'am,
Yeah,
ma'am.
he's
Okay, so
super
how many times?
triggered.
Okay,
He's so
yeah,
triggered.
okay, cool, cool,
I
cool,
got
cool.
you so triggered though.
You got me triggered.
You're
All right,
not
cool.
even
Anyway,
being
like I was saying,
professional.
so this
You're
professional
doing too much.
lady,
You called me a sir. You're disrespectful. I didn't disrespect you. I just came
are
here
you
to
going to
fact check
allow
what
me to
you
talk?
said.
Are
Now
you going
you're
to allow me? What did you
disrespecting
fact check
me.
though? But you didn't fact check nothing. That's the point.
But I
What
did
the
though.
fuck
That's
did
why
you
you so
fact check?
mad.
What did
Well,
you
why
fact
you so
check?
mad?
But what did
You're
you fact
cussing
check?
now. Okay, go ahead.
What?
I'm gonna
Now
let you be the
here's a
princess
good.
and go ahead.
Here's the
Go
deal. I'll
ahead.
be the princess. I'll be the princess. I'll be the princess. How many times are you gonna tell me go ahead? Don't come back off mute. You're gonna say go ahead. This woman came up here and said I'm gonna
Go
fact check.
ahead. Go ahead.
And yet she didn't fact check nothing. So now you're disrupting the panel by trying to be a troll because everything you try to fact check, I repeated verbatim exactly
How
what
I'm
I
a
said. Now you
troll?
say,
I
oh, but
literally
he's being
listened to you
emotional.
for 10. I
Okay,
done listened to you this
it's a
whole time
queen.
on
Do
this
I need to get
panel
a
without
mute or
saying a
not? How does
word.
this work? Ma'am, I don't give a fuck how many times you listen to me. I've been up here talking for 2 hours straight and it was recorded. Who the fuck are you to tell me about 10 minutes when I could do 12
I
hours
don't
straight
even know why
talking?
you doing all
Are
that,
you
Prince, because
dumb?
it ain't doing that to me. You just make yourself like a
I don't
fool,
give a fuck,
sir.
but you're
That's
interrupting me.
all.
You're
Okay,
interrupting me.
cool.
So now you're getting past the point of
Okay,
respect to the
how
point
do
where
it
I want
feel
to
when
disrespect
somebody do
you.
it to you? You did
Oh,
it
I
to
don't
me
care. I don't give a
first.
fuck. I don't give a fuck. This ain't no
And
contest
that's
who's
your
gonna keep
problem
interrupting each
now.
other,
And that's the
and we're
reason
not
why
gonna
you
win.
probably not learning
Yeah,
anything.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not
All right,
learning
y'all.
nothing.
I'm
I'm not
back.
learning
I'm
nothing
back.
from
I'm
a
back. I'm
dumbass
back.
bitch.
What?
Look at
The fuck
him.
is
He done
wrong with
lost
Whoa.
you?
it.
Wait.
He
Yeah,
Wait.
cause
crazy.
What's
yeah,
happening right now?
you want to be a dumb bitch. I'm gonna address you as such. You fucking cunt.
I ain't
You
Hold
came
mad,
up here
on,
to fucking
y'all.
sir.
Hold
well mute
on.
the
Hold
bitch.
on. Hold on.
The
He
fuck?
mad
Hold
because
I'm
I
gonna
on. What
fat
is
disrespect
you.
happening?
It's a
I'm
thing.
not
I don't
mad.
know
That's
what it
my
is, but I
energy.
always get up on the people's
I
skin
don't
like
give a
this.
fuck.
Can somebody explain to me what happened? Because I'm so confused. I told you I'm back and forth. And I don't understand why we're at dumbass bitches and people are not letting people finish. I don't know. Are we still at Thanksgiving? I don't know what's happening. But I need everybody to take a break.
All
So I
right.
was
Now
so she
where
came
are
up here
we?
to let me raise my hand, Mr. Queen. That way we get a mute because I'm not going back and forth with a retard. She came up here to try to refute what I said. Could not refute nothing that I said. And then say, "Oh, well, you're being emotional." No, stupid. If you're gonna come up here and challenge someone, at least be able to challenge them. You can't fucking challenge what I said because I repeated the whole situation with a gringo, and I also repeated what I said about the fucking Thanksgiving. So that's oh, but he talks for a minute. I want to move the ghost. So why the fuck you're mad? I'm gonna tell you this again. I've been this very same panel talking for 2.5 hours straight with way more people that's on here right now, and everybody was listening because it was a presentation. If you don't have the fucking skills, right, to be able to do that shit, then shut the fuck up. I'm sorry you can't talk for 10 minutes straight and people actually are interested in what the fuck you got to say. I could talk for 2 hours straight, people will listen to me. Matter of fact, you fucking retard, I do it every fucking morning on my radio show. In real life, stupid. What the fuck is wrong with this girl? If you're going to come up here and challenge something, say it right. And I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your man. I don't know who the fuck you are. I'm going to curse you out. I don't got to respect you. What the fuck? So you talk shit, you act stupid, I'm going to treat you like a bitch. That's just what it is. And ain't shit you could do about it. That's the energy you wanted, right? I give it to you now. Now shut the fuck up or say something that makes sense. Retard.
Oh wow, my feelings are hurt, and I'm a
I don't give a
retard.
fuck if they
But
are or
anyways,
not. I
did
don't give a
anybody
fuck if they
learn
are or
something
not.
new? Okay,
No, nobody
next.
cares. Okay. So next, let's keep
Next.
continuing. I'm gonna keep going. So like I was saying,
No, no,
you said
no, no,
next, so I'm gonna
no.
keep going.
Let's not. Let's move
No, I
on.
thought,
Let's
hey,
move on. What's the
yeah, let's
next
move
Yeah,
point?
on.
What's
right.
the
Next.
next
Dumb
point
bitch.
we making?
Irrelevant.
I do
Next.
want to
Let's
make
make
another
the
point.
next point
I'm trying to make another point.
about the immigration, right? Go ahead.
That's that.
Do you think,
That's where I
brother?
was at the whole time. That's where I was at the whole time. But
Mm-hmm.
obviously, some people can't fucking keep up. So like I was saying, right, in my normal voice. And by the way, Sacred, I think you're cute. Jump in my inbox. I'll holler at you. All right. I'm gonna
Boy,
teach you how
I'm
to be
finna jump in
nice.
your
Relax.
inbox. Next. Next.
Oh, so you want me to jump in your inbox then? How we gonna do this? Because
No, you're not
obviously
finna
we
get in
have
my
some.
inbox at all.
I
So
think
you
we got
got so you
chemistry.
attracted to stupid people? They're
Well,
gonna
I think
show
you're
us a lot about
pretty.
your character.
I,
You
well,
like
look,
people
I
that
didn't say I want to
are
wife you. I didn't say I want to wife you
mentally
now. I,
challenged.
di- I didn't say I want to wife you. I did not say I want to wife you. But anyway, let me
Well,
continue
you
the
can't
immigration
touch
thing.
me. You can't do nothing. Like you're
All right.
weird. You're just
Yeah,
weird. You're
I'm very
weird.
aware. So can we continue
Yeah,
with the
creepy, not
immigration
weird.
topic?
My fault.
I'm
Creepy.
all that. I'm all that. Can we
Next,
continue with
let's
the
just go to
hello?
next because it's obvious
I'm
that I got
talking
to
about
you,
the immigration.
baby.
Okay, fine. You
Next,
got to me. Thank you.
next,
Congratulations. It's a queen. You said I can continue the immigration. She keeps saying, yeah, next. What's going on here?
next, next.
Okay, so so we're gonna troll? Is this a troll panel? Because I could do it. I mean, let me know how you want to do it,
Sir,
Boxella.
you just poked at me. First of all, everybody, it's a queen on me. I don't troll for one. For
Okay,
two,
so
you
then
keep
can
talking
you
about this
control
little
yourself?
radio that you talk on. I never heard
Little.
of. Next,
I don't care if you heard about it now.
next,
What the fuck? Yeah, but nobody heard of you.
next,
Anyway, so
next.
it's a queen. Like I was
Yeah,
saying
I'm
about.
not trying to
Okay.
be heard of though. I came here quiet. I'm not trying to be heard
All
of.
right.
If
So
I
clearly
was,
you're
I'm
triggered
pretty
because
sure
you
I
want me to
would be
continue.
though.
You know you're not gonna
Okay,
shut me up,
next,
right? We're just gonna bother the
next,
panel.
next.
Yeah.
I ain't
Next,
trying to
next. That's
set
how you know somebody's
you up.
immature. She's so immature. Anyways, like I was saying about the immigration, hopefully she doesn't, she
Next.
allows me to speak. Look at that. She's mad. I get it, Mom. I understand why you're mad. But anyway, we're gonna continue. So,
Exactly. He's very
how am I
triggered.
triggered?
Like I don't,
Mr. Fisher came up here,
Wait,
looked
sir.
we
like a dumbass.
wait, y'all. Wait, y'all.
The fuck?
We
I'm
gotta
trying to
move
Next.
on.
continue.
We gotta
I'm
move
trying to
on.
continue.
All right.
Tell her to
He's
stop saying
still
next and
stuck.
stop
He the
interrupting
one
me.
I was gonna let him finish, and then he brought me
You are
back to the
going to let
conversation. I'm
me.
gonna jump in
Oh,
my
okay.
inbox.
All right.
Like,
Cool.
Oh,
Just
okay.
continue.
fuck?
I'm trying
Cool.
to
Just
Like,
continue, but
continue.
this
weird.
I can't.
Don't
I
mention
can't
sacred.
continue.
Sacred. Just let the
I,
brother continue.
yeah, let the
I
brother
heard you. I know
continue.
I'm gonna.
Thank you. Thank you. Not you, Issa, but I'm just saying, like, y'all want to continue talking about the immigration thing. So anyway, like I was saying, right? And for those of you guys that are not understanding, right? If you're going to be arguing against immigration, I want to see more black people, like my boy Tone be saying. Go at those with the tiny hats, right? Go at the white man who is the original immigrant of this country. That's it. Until you do that shit, I think you're a coward. You go after the people who you think you could attack. Now, here's the kicker, right? The number one quote unquote melanated people that are taking over your jobs and taking your cities. Have anybody been to LA? It used to be 70% black. It's 70% Latino now. Are you running up into their shit, talking shit? Of course you're not. Because you know what the fuck happens over there. Take a look at Texas. Take a look at Nevada. Take a look at Colorado. Take a look at Arizona. Take a look at New Mexico. Take a look at South Florida. Take a look at New York, Chicago, you name it. Guess what? If all these people are able to come over here and quote unquote take over your shit, well, maybe you should have been listening to Dr. Claude Anderson and practice powernomics. That was my point. Because until you practice powernomics, you can rant and rave and scream on Beagle and scream wherever you want to. It's not going to change the fact that demographics are changing. So you can say, well, I don't like the people coming here taking our jobs. Like the other jabroni that was yelling that also thought he could come up here and challenge. So let's see, Grand Verbalizer, next. That jabroni next, and a particular person next. The bottom line is this. If you're going to challenge somebody on the topic, don't get mad at how I deliver it. Isn't that why you guys are voting for Trump? I thought all these Negroes like Trump because of how he speaks. They like the fact that he's so boastful. But when Kula Haitian is so boastful, it's a problem. Should I have orange hair and be a white man? Kamala Harris, she's so arrogant. Oh my God. Oh, I see. You guys have an issue with her because she looks like you. She happens to be very educated. You don't like her. That's fine. But then you love Trump because he's an asshole. I'm confused. Me and Trump from the same place. We're both assholes. I'm an asshole. You should love me. Do I need to go inside and go put on some pale white face in an orange wig? Will you then love me? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck wrong with you niggas, man. At the end of the day, if you mad on my position, oh, he's triggered. Clearly, for them, triggered have never seen my pants 4 years. They have no idea how I get down. This is my natural energy. I'm hyped, I'm happy, and I love to argue. So the only thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna feed my ego. That's it. It is what it is. You talk too much. Well, then come up here and state some facts about what I said about immigration and shut me the fuck up. Until then, I'm just gonna be chilling. That goes for you, Grand Verbalizer, some jabroni named Jermaine, and whoever else. If you think I'm lying about what I said about immigration, challenge it. But be intellectual. Don't be a retard. You know what I mean? Like there's a movie called Tropic Thunder that said never go full retard. So just I'll mute up and then we'll let someone else try to learn something. We're having an open discussion on Issaquah's panel. Oh, by the way, Issaquah, quick question. Can you set me up with a debate with these FBAs, these so-called foundational Black Americans who hate others, so I could really get in my bag? Let's set that shit up.
Let's set you up with OG Moses. See how that goes.
Oh, I mean, he already lost earlier, and they were being polite. I'm gonna destroy his ass. Yeah.
You was talking so long, I don't even remember what was going on. So what's going
That's because
on?
you're
I'm not
retarded.
gonna I'm not
If
gonna
you
hold
weren't so
you. Cool,
slow, you'd be
cool,
able to
chill,
keep
chill,
up.
chill, cool, chill, cool. Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Boss,
If I can
see,
get in
can
touch with
somebody? I'm like dead
if I
serious.
can get in touch with Tariq Nasheed, man, that shit was dope. I know I'll follow him, but like if I
Please
could
do.
set something up, that shit would be hard.
Please do.
Cause he got a mouthpiece,
Oh,
bro. He
King
got a
Vasa let him
mouthpiece.
in. King Vasa let
Hey,
him
I
in. I
can
love
hook you
Tariq
up with
Nasheed
that
because he's an
box
asshole.
six. Hey, box six, I can hook you up with Tariq Nasheed. I've been on
No,
IG
I
panels
want to debate him, Tone.
with
I
him
want to
and
debate him.
Lord
So let
Jamal,
him debate me.
Crazy Leg, and a bunch of brothers. We've been on this shit's getting old. We've been on this shit about hip hop culture, about FBAs for since
Mm-hmm.
March. We've been on
No
IG
doubt,
since March talking about this shit.
no doubt. So from like was that like the instantiation of when he came out with his film?
Well,
Or
his film got blocked. He got a film called Drop the Mic. He
drop
interviewed
the
a
mic.
bunch of Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans in New York who were drunk and on drugs. No disrespect to Charlie Chase and all the brothers he interviewed, but he didn't find true sober historians and practitioners of the culture. He found people that were in the streets that were talking about shit that was happening 45,
Hey,
40,
hey,
and
hey.
50
Look,
ago.
wait.
And he
What I
was
tell you to
interviewing
do?
them. He was interviewing
You got
them,
a hot mic,
and
Issa.
I don't know who that is. He
Sorry
was
about that. Let me just
interviewing,
can I pause you for 1 second? Issa, oh yeah, she muted up. Cool, you can go.
no, he was interviewing people, and I guess a couple of the people he interviewed, they didn't know that it was for a film. So they ended up, I don't know if they sued or they stopped the film from coming out, but they stopped the film from coming out due to, you got to have all type of permissions to get footage of people and asking people certain shit. So they stopped it because of that. So basically, it's Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar are battling with like a lot of hip hoppers right now. Like, I don't know if you know who
I'm very familiar.
Healthy
Yeah.
Smoker was. You ever heard of Sean Price and Rockness Monster?
Of course, of course.
Okay, well, Rockness Monster's in on it. Crazy Legs is in on it. My son is in on it. I mean, everybody, all Fat Joe, Busta Rhymes. It's a lot of people in on it, to be honest with
Um,
you. So,
you know what? You know
you
what?
know,
I'm very familiar with it. I'd love to have this conversation with you. If we could do it off this panel or like on another panel.
yeah,
The only
absolutely.
reason I say that,
Absolutely.
yeah, because
My
I know
bad.
a lot of information about it. Nah, not at all. Not at all. Good topic. The only reason I say that though is because I know in a couple of minutes we're going to try to shift the focus of this panel to what it was originally supposed to be for, which was a conversation about pseudo versus pseudoscience and how to fact check, how to understand the differences, and an open forum for people to identify with things that they identify as pseudoscience that needs to be kind of removed from the public conversation so that we can be fact driven.
No doubt.
But I'd love to have that conversation with you sometime.
No doubt. I appreciate you, G.
Let me follow you.
Yeah, Tone, you need to get to in the sheet. The point was for me to debate him. Let him know that there's a tether that wants to debate him. Please.
Nah, he ain't get respectfully. You got to understand, he's not gonna just debate anybody. He want to debate people that's gonna get clickbait and all that type of shit. And he's not even really
He
trying to
debates
debate
he
That's
debates
nobody.
him all
possibly
the time on
true.
his show.
That's possibly
He
true.
debates him all the time
But
on
that's
his show when they
possibly
call
true.
in.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm about to say. Cool. Yeah, he
I'm
debates him on
saying
his
his
show. He debates.
platform is not ego though. His
It
platform is
doesn't
YouTube
matter.
and
It doesn't matter. I mean, I met the brother.
Nah,
He came out
he's
here with
got
a hidden
several
you
color.
platforms.
making a statement.
He got
Hey,
To
multiple
look,
be
you
platforms.
transparent,
making a statement, and I'm just answering your statement, brother. I'm not
Okay,
trying to
well,
debate.
I know what I'm saying though. He
Okay,
has
we
people
seem to
calling
be
in.
cycling back into the rabbit hole, y'all. I think Rep was trying
Okay.
to reroute us back to the original topic.
yeah, thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, so it would be dope if we could have that conversation. But let's set up a panel and let's chop it up on that. That'd be dope. I don't even know if everybody on this panel is interested in engaging it. I know, Cool got that smoke. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we were lining this up for a conversation about things, and just to kind of give you an idea of what we were talking about initially. There were some claims being made about who built the pyramids. Was it man or was it aliens? There were conversations
Oh my
about
God.
comparing carbon to melanin, whether or not they're the same, or could be used indiscriminately, connotatively, and get into a lot of things. The last time that we did this panel, we actually started to debunk one of the things that have been pushed
Hmm.
into the narrative as to the how Africans came to America. And then we got on an actualization using some documentation and some books as to whether or not the Harriet Tubman story was true. We're actually
Oh, I
waiting for
was
the
there for that. I was there for that.
yeah, yeah, that got deep. That got deep. And so but
Hmm.
this is an opportunity for anybody who's been on panels like this, been in conversations that have heard a lot of people talk things that could potentially be pseudo, and refer to them scientifically, and to have an individual who's actually taking care of some business right now. But when he comes back to the panel, he popped his head, and his name is Fusion Design, and he was hopefully going to be available around 9, I think, since we're almost there. We
Oh,
have about
that's
5 minutes.
what today's panel's about. It's about that.
That's And we started a little early, so it kind of bled in. So we're kind of going to
Oh,
lead into it. But that's what the
okay,
actual conversation is going to be derived for. Thanks, pal.
okay. Hmm. Hmm. So, are people thinking that aliens built the pyramids? Is that what's going on here?
Uh,
Absolutely. We had a whole 2 hour conversation, well, a week conversation about it with different
My God.
people.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh,
Tonight we're gonna. Mhm.
go ahead. So there's a guy here named Native. You guys know who that is?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
guys
Yeah.
know Native, right? Okay. So I fuck with Native, right?
Mhm.
But um, I've been watching for a while, and I mean, mind you, this is somebody I have his number. I talked to him, but I want to debate Native, and I have to call him, let him know this. He seems to think that everything revolves around America, including the Nile River being Mississippi. I mean, all this other bullshit. So yeah, please set that up. And any FBA who has the balls, um, yeah.
What do you if I can stick on data for a second? What are you thinking? What do you thinking subject matter wise that you'd like to debate on? You said everything revolving around America, but how can I phrase that to
Oh no, basically he thinks that Egypt is in America. He thinks that
mm,
Turtle Island is America. I mean, it's just the Mississippi. That the actual real pyramids are somewhere found in the Grand Canyon. Not understanding that there's been pyramids all over the world. So it's box 6 and box. Yo, if we're related, bro. Rep, you see that shit in comments. Oh, just the relatives Nas and I love that album, by the way. It's a good album. But yeah, I mean, I just want to ask him some questions about that. But I'm really interested in debating anybody pretty much because I'd be bored, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. At this point, whenever I have an argument, so I just want to debate them. You know what I mean? And I'll be a man. I'll
Yo, cool.
apologize to Sweetness for calling her a bitch. But you don't gotta
Yo,
accept
cool.
it. You don't gotta accept that at all.
I'm good. I
No, you
don't
don't
want
gotta
no
like I
apology.
say,
I don't want one
okay,
because
so
I
then
ain't do
fuck you
nothing to
then.
deserve it though.
So then fuck
But
off then. How about that part?
coming
I'm trying to
to
be nice.
like this
Fuck off.
weird.
Oh wait,
Well then
are
Just
fuck
leave
off
me
y'all
then.
alone. Don't say
recording
nothing to
this? Is
me.
this being
This
recorded?
weird.
Well
This
then fuck off.
weird.
Not. I
All
hope
right,
not
fuck
at this
off then.
point. I hope we
Oh
stopped
my bad, my
recording
bad.
hours ago.
Because I'm trying
Right.
to be
That
Like
was
nice
it's
and you
not
say you
even
weird.
don't
a
care, then
show,
fuck off
y'all.
then.
Because if you play the
Fuck out of
recording
here.
back, I did not say nothing to this brother weird for him to
Okay,
act
but
Right,
that
right.
way. It's
they
You
weird.
were
still was
being
trying to
condescending and
record
being
it,
rude.
so y'all
Yeah,
can
you
have that
telling me next,
conversation at
next,
another
next.
time.
Actually,
Fuck out of
actually,
here.
Yeah, because
that's
you was
about.
being rude. That's why I was saying
Fuck
next.
you.
You was
Okay,
being
but
All
they're
right,
rude,
well
still
so I
next.
trying
feel
to
like you're
record
weird.
it. They're still trying to have a topic here.
Right.
So can
Yeah, I
we
was gonna
pause it
say
right
with
here?
respect. Yeah, with respect to the fact that we now know that this is being recorded and is
Yeah.
intended to be
My
recorded.
bad.
You know what I mean? No doubt, no doubt.
And that's why I was trying to be a gentleman and say I apologize. But I'm not gonna anyway, it is what it is. Next. But
Okay, but I'm just trying to figure out like
oh my
why
god,
Okay,
let me go on
why
mute.
do y'all keep saying
girl, I'm
Sister,
hold
about to
on, why
put
do
you
y'all keep
like.
saying we like
Can
I
we
did something
start
wrong to
the
the
discussion
brother?
now? Can we start the discussion now? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So where are you going with this, host? Thank you.
So I kind of like where Cool was going with that conversation about Egypt being in America. I don't know if y'all remember before a while ago I did put Egypt back panel where I connected Egypt with with all of the West African and East African cultures, like down to the structures, down to the clothes, the type of things that they did culturally, the gods, all of that shit. And then I also contrasted with the Native American culture, how it's completely different. Even the way that they did their art was different. So I just think that, the proof is in the
Hmm.
pudding, to be very honest. I think the issue is that they don't understand the out of Africa theory. They don't really get that stuff. So, evolution is a conversation I plan on having. But I need
yeah.
certain people in here.
I
People
like
ready.
that title back to Egypt back. Cause niggas
Oh,
back
oh,
to
oh, the
Egypt, bro.
whole thing. The whole
That shit
thing was
hilarious.
at put Egypt back. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
playing with y'all.
But I got a question. Rep and Issa Queen. Do you guys know
Hmm.
a beautiful woman named Sacred in box number 7? Give her my number.
Can you leave me the fuck alone, please,
No,
please,
Please
please?
leave
And
her
y'all just letting
alone.
this brother disrespect. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all keep letting this brother disrespect
I
me,
said
and ain't
beautiful.
nobody
I
came.
said beautiful.
Ain't
Oh my
nobody
god. All
said
right, never mind.
nothing. Like it's weird. It's weird.
Please leave her alone. Leave her alone so we can move the fuck
Like it's
on.
weird
Um,
because now I'm getting aggravated. Like please.
with that being said, does anybody have any pseudo conversations that they would like to debunk, or a scientific conversation that you feel like needs to be
Um,
debunked and it doesn't even make
what's
sense?
up,
We could do
Blackfire?
it
I
either way.
will. Okay, well, I want to talk about the laws of attraction, if I may. Um,
Sure.
so okay, so what I find to be amazing, especially on this app, right, is that what's up, Blackfire? Speaking of attraction, it was Blackfire. She's gorgeous. Shout out to Plant Style too. She's beautiful as well. So laws of attraction, right? What I find to be amazing is that sometimes, have you guys ever argued with somebody and so passionate and so intense, only to realize that fire that's in the belly is actually attraction? Has anybody? Oh, did she leave? All right. Yeah. Let's go back to Egypt. Because honest to God, okay, I apologize. I'm just saying it was a topic. I don't know why she got mad.
What is stupid? I cannot.
Mm, mm.
You know what's
It's a
funny?
queen. Don't beat me
You
up.
know,
Don't beat me up. It's a queen,
this is the
please.
funny thing. The funny thing is, Cool tried everything. He tried insulting her. He tried apologizing. The only thing that got her was his attractiveness to her. That was a bridge too far. Oh, man.
I mean, I do think she's a beautiful woman. Actually, I didn't look at the. I wasn't looking down at the what's it called, the phone, because my phone had to reset, whatever, updated, whatever the hell it's called. But when I finally looked down, I'm like, oh, she's actually pretty. Damn. Let me not mess up too bad. Let me, come back and try to, wiggle my way in there in her good graces. But apparently that's not working. Mhm. I don't argue with pretty women. It's just, I think it's an abomination. Any man that argues with a pretty woman should get his ass whooped. Yo, shirt. But yeah, it's a queen. Whenever you do that panel about the Egypt thing, please. I mean, I'm confused.
Yeah, the issue is this is the issue I'm having with my pseudo conversation. Is that when I'm on a regular panel, they are 100 miles a minute with the words with the pseudo conversation. But then when I'm like, all right, well, let's set up a conversation where we can actually have it, they don't show up. So it's like you're damned if you what's up, Susie? You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I would like to have this conversation with both sides of the people on the panel to talk about it. Because I keep on
Right.
hearing that they have facts and
Hey,
I'm not
Susie.
seeing it.
Mhm. Yeah, you know what I find is that you're right. When they're on a panel with full of people listening to them, they talk a mile a minute. There's no time to fact check what they're saying. And people are just like, oh my God, wow. Like, really? I did not know that 1 + 1 = 3. Oh my God, I just learned something new, Terrence Howard. Like, people, but when you actually have them in a place where it's controlled environment, where you can actually, question things, some people might not want to show up. Some people
Now,
don't
I'm
might
not
not want
gonna
to show up.
lie. We had a chance to do some fact checking today, and I was proud of it.
Mm,
We had my good brother, my good friend, Humble Mystic, articulating that people couldn't, present 30 pounds of force, and he was
mm,
able to bite the bullet on that as it was fact checked. We had Swan. Swan was fact checking. You know what I'm saying? She was
mm.
in the comments doing her thing.
Oh yeah,
So
shout out to Humble. Definitely, shout out to Humble. He was the only one who really came and was presenting his information, and we really did. We really did come at him with some real information. He stood 10 toes down through the whole conversation, so I appreciate that.
yeah, grown man
Mm.
shit. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get down to the
And
bottom of it
never
and take a
take it
scientific approach.
personal or nothing. Exactly.
Speaking of fact checking, you guys have created some enemies, by the way, on this app. With the last panel that
Talk
you
about
guys
it.
had, the last debate that you had, they were talking about that shit today. So they were going crazy.
What I miss?
In
Oh
their
God.
minds, they think that you guys had it rigged, and that you guys had it,
Oh God.
that you guys were
I
being
told you.
favored, But yeah, they were going crazy about today.
Well, if I could
And
speak
they
on
Told
said,
that for
you.
a second,
but they
then
also said the reason you did that is queen is because you're a foreigner. I didn't even know that you were from Africa, bro. Are you? Because that's I'm
That's
telling you.
amazing. Me neither.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh my God,
don't
yo,
tell.
That's
app is
fucking amazing. I
Don't
didn't know
let
I was a
crazy.
foreigner either.
Oh, this app is
Oh, which
crazy.
island? Let me do citizenship too.
Oh
I didn't
my
know, man.
God,
Because
this is
they said,
wild.
oh well, she is
Don't tell me that. Where my
well, they.
4,000?
Mm.
You're like, there can't be any other explanation. Couldn't be that we lost. It couldn't just be that we lost. She must be a foreigner. Oh, fuck out of
Basically,
here.
I know,
that's
right? It's
what I
like
heard
how
today.
convenient.
That's
I was gonna
crazy.
say during
I
the
just want my
debates, it was
$4,000 in my corner store. Thank you. I'm missing
that's
that.
it. That's
That's
it.
that's the rule.
Ah.
That's the rule, right?
Mm.
Mm,
Okay, hold on, time out. So, my bad. I'm eating some fried chicken here. So you're telling me you're not from Africa? Because that's what. I mean, okay, so where you from? Now I want to know because that's what I was told earlier.
I was born and raised in Harlem.
Oh, okay. Because they're like, oh, she's a foreigner too, and okay. I was like, oh, okay, that's what's up. Because I'm like, what does it matter? You know where she's from? Yeah, they were mad today, bro.
that's crazy. During the debate, I was in the comments trying not to be, putting too much in the comments, but you'll notice when somebody's being genuine because when their side is winning, that's when the fact checkers are dead on. When their
Right.
side is being critiqued, that's when the fact checkers are biased. How
hmm
convenient.
But I loved it though, because I'm like, okay, so this panel is starting to have a real impact because people are really living or dying by whether or not they win on this panel. I love it, bro.
That's gangster. That's gangster.
There
Yeah,
hasn't been a
what
real
I'm
debate platform in a while.
to be
It's
honest,
good
what
to
I'm
have this
trying to
one.
do is I'm trying to, as I'm starting to add spice to the content and post these debates to the YouTube channel. I'm trying to increase some engagement and start some dialogue. So like if people have some critiques, if they have some feelings about how things went down, that's a perfect opportunity for them to, jot something down in the comments, start a conversation.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It might lead to additional conversations or panels that we can have here.
Yeah, I think you guys are doing a wonderful job with the platform. Actually using Bigo the right way. It's not just trolling and even I come in, I really sincerely try to control myself. I say, out of respect for you guys, um, and just be nice. And that's actually why I apologize because I do have to do a better job at not being just going from 0 to 60. You know what I'm saying? So I actually did mean what I said to this girl about me apologizing because I wasn't raised to be calling women bitches and hoes. You know what I'm saying? But I did mean what I said. She just didn't take it, so which is cool. Anyway, but I think you guys are doing a good job with the platform. I enjoy coming over here. It's not,
I
and it's
appreciate it, man.
entertainment and engaging. A lot of other
Appreciate
debate
you.
platforms on this app. Oh, it's all good. A lot of other debate platforms on this app are just super weird and just you can clearly tell that the host is home team favorite. You know what I mean? Cool apologies lead to heartfelt holidays.
You're cool. You cool. You keep making reference to your radio show. What's your radio show again? Oh, because I never
Oh,
jotted this
it's on
down.
1580 AM. It's on 1580 AM. Actually, it's crazy you mentioned that because tomorrow I'm going for this Halloween thing and I'm going to be meeting with some people. So I'm possibly going to be going to. Tone, do you know Island TV? I mean, I know
Of
he's down here. Do you know Island TV?
yeah, of course.
So yeah, hopefully I'm able to secure something. And Island TV is like this whole production thing. Not just on radio, but it's also on like local vision, like those cable channels that are like way out there, like number 200 type of thing.
Like
So
public
it's
access
one
or
of those type
something?
of. Yeah, but
Something like that?
how would you classify it? So like Comcast Spotlight, like you have your regular channels, and then you have the ones that are like, you know, channel number 189 or one. But anyways, it's a beginning. So hopefully everything goes well. So tomorrow I'm going there to meet with some people, and we're trying to get
Hey
more
y'all,
sponsors.
I miss
So
y'all. All the ones y'all know who I miss. I miss y'all.
I missed you too,
what's up, Spider?
Spider.
What up? What up?
Hey, baby
What up?
mama, Spider.
So yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Start.
Um, but I want to address something though, because somebody earlier, and I'm sorry, I just gotta say this. Out of all the bullshit that's going on, right? Miami Caribbean shit, exactly. Out of all the bullshit that's going on earlier, be very careful as to when you say your little radio show or your little shit, because
What are you gonna do one day when I become syndicated? Are you gonna feel some type of way knowing that you try to down my dream and my business, only to be able to know that your children will be watching me on TV? Be very careful, right? When you try to down somebody based on what they're trying to accomplish. FYI, that's one thing I never do, by the way. I mean, I never little ad to down shit because that might turn into something big one day. You know what I mean? For a particular person that was here saying that,
You're right about that, cool, because when people haven't made even the same exact achievement as you in that sector, like people always used to be like, you a little reporter and all of that. Like none of y'all is reporters, none of y'all doing shit. You feel me? So it's like you don't get to judge me unless you're in a higher fucking level than me in the same kind of sector. Like fuck you. But people do that to try to act like your accomplishment or your achievement ain't shit.
right?
But anyways, I don't know what y'all talking about, but
Because
yeah, it's a lot of haters out here. Do what I did then. Do what I'm doing then. Go
right,
get a radio show. Fuck you, son.
right. Because I could be honest with you. My boy Tone in box number what? What number is this? 3. I could just pull up to Tone's house. He has cameras. He has drones. He has whole studio. I could literally run my podcast off his crib, and it'll be lit, literally. And he's right there in box 3, and the studio background will look amazing, and that's in his crib. So be careful who you talk shit about in terms of downing their dream because you just never know. You know what I mean? It is what it is. This nigga said if I had a budget, how about I just kidnap you,
Yeah,
dog?
but
What the hell,
anyways,
bro?
forget tone though. So I just
You know what
wanted
I
to
mean?
say that for the frequency.
The point is this: things can happen, so don't be quick to down people, right? Like I've been talking to Rep. I need to call Rep because I want to do some stuff with him, right? So, and let me say pause because people are weird on this app. But the point is this: people just be talking shit, but whether or not it succeeds, whether or not it becomes great, point is I tried and I'm doing something that I love and something that I've been
And
blessed to
people
do,
love you. You
and
had
that's it.
sponsors as soon as that shit kicked off. Don't make me get to,
Yep,
you know what I'm saying, boosting my nigga up.
yep,
Because in real life, motherfuckers was sponsoring your shit, sent you shoes.
yep,
Motherfucking
exactly.
people that you literally have frauded in the past came to you and was like, I heard you on
And
the
got a
radio show. I
house.
want to work with you.
Yep,
Oh, bro. So motherfuckers don't know
yep.
your story and you ain't got to tell it. But big old motherfuckers really can't touch a real captivating individual. And we already been talking about that lately. Like,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Because all the
Yep.
shit that keep
So,
happening to you happens organically. They not fucking with you. They ass got to try to prove
mm-hmm.
themselves, prove something to somebody. Everywhere you go, you just captivate the crowd. That's why they asking you to do
Facts.
different shit. So
Right.
you ain't got shit to
Facts.
prove. That's why you my motherfucking brother. And in real life, you're not
Facts.
even giving details. That's why I gotta just one to you real quick. They acting like you lying about the radio show. Nigga, the radio, everybody done heard them down there, nigga. Like, what are you
And
talking
I
about?
was
Shit
camming
been
up
going
doing
on
my
for a
shit.
while now.
You know what I mean? Though,
Nobody
you know
gotta
the
lie
only
to you,
hiccup
big
I
old
had,
motherfuckers.
yeah, the only hiccup I had, why I still don't do the same one on 1320 no more, is because me and that girl, we were fucking, and I don't have to go detail, but that was my girlfriend, and well, Toe knows the whole story, and it just turned out, well, Spider, you know the story too, but it just turned out, we couldn't mix business and pleasure. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So, I just gotta, it's harder to do things on your own when you're starting from
Bro, he
nowhere. You know
ain't
what
got
I'm
shit
saying?
to prove.
You know what I mean?
They lame as
Right, that one, Tone. So you gotta, just keep going, and keep going. Matter of fact, one of my biggest dreams is to just have no partners and do the company on my own, and I'm working towards that. The good thing about America, and this is why I was talking about the immigration thing, right? If you have a dream in this country, it could be hard, but it could happen because I'm forever grateful to the U.S. because I was born here and everything I accomplished was in here, right? Now, would I have loved to have just done it in my own homeland where my family came from? Of course, but I'm here, and it allowed me to be able to do what I do. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I think we should
Right,
start
Tone?
like being more loving. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that
Yeah,
shit
but the
sound
people,
lame,
the
but it's like
people, the people who are smart, Spider, they're loving. They're more about, hey, let's build, let's grow. They got no some shit. Niggas, let me
I
tell you
know
something,
that
right?
one thing about my group of sisters, they fuck with you
Mhm.
because you done got into it
Right.
with all of theirs and they still fuck with you. And that's something about humility. I think that a lot of people here have a lot of grudges. Even if you never did nothing to them, they just was mad at you and they don't know how to let that shit go. So I think
Yeah,
that's a
exactly.
what a lot of this hateration shit be coming from, bro.
And
I
I
ain't been
love
in
it
trouble with
though.
a lot of these people in a long time, and they still just be mad when I come in the room. They want to kill themselves, and that's personal between them and God,
Hmm.
not me and them.
Exactly. Exactly. But I do have to
But
give
I
a
wish
special shout out to
everybody
Issa
the best.
Queen
I don't
though.
think nobody else on here really got a radio show. You know, like I feel like people are so because I would be
Hmm.
excited if that's good, cool answer. You done came up, my nigga. Okay. But instead, you kind of get
Yeah.
these like, man, who do you think you are? You got a radio show. Like, get your bitch ass out of here.
No, I get people that I get people that will just say things about me of which I never was. I never, you know what I mean? Just talk shit.
Hey, man,
So,
it's the Queen panel be going up and shit. They jealous and shit. Like, don't
oh,
get me
I told you
started.
today I went on a panel and they said, oh, she's a foreigner. That's why I thought she was African. I was like, oh, you know, somebody said she was from Ghana. I was like, oh shit, shout out to Ghana. You know what I mean?
Who?
So
It's the Queen?
They
I
got
swear
a
to
whole
God,
country, a whole new
I swear
country.
to
Y'all would
God.
have stopped fucking
That's
playing.
why. That's why I was
They
like,
ain't
Issa
said my
Queen has
baby
a new set
mama.
of haters because they lost,
We
bro.
real
And these
Americans
people
around
really,
this bit.
they take it, man. They take it like personal. I'm like, okay, so, and for those that are talking shit, damn, Babo, did you see that video? I lost it. I gotta send it to you. I mean, I'm confused here. Like, people say this and they say that. Like, Tone was referencing earlier. What was it called again? That documentary that Tariq made. Mike Check or something. I forgot the name of it.
Well,
Some
I'll be right back,
documentary.
y'all. Right
Right,
back.
some documentary he made trying to drop the mic, of which she was basically making it seem as if no one else had an input on hip hop. That's factually incorrect. You know what I'm saying? So, point is, this is a global world, man. With the internet, I could be in China right now and be able to talk to you. That means we need to explore the world. It's a global world. It's a global market. Um, don't limit yourself to just your city, your hood, your states. You know what I'm saying? Travel, get to know other people's culture. Right. Division tactic before the election. Thank you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm on that. I'm proud that I've been to 18 countries. I know Tone's been to like 40. I know other people who've been to like 20 some countries. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. The more you see, the more you talk to other people, it's just a beautiful experience. You know what I'm saying? We're all one. I believe we're all one world. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna sit there and limit myself because I'm quote unquote a black man in America. If I go surfing, people talk shit only on this app, literally. Because I'm out there, I see black people surfing. You know what I'm saying? I go skydiving, I see. You know what I mean? There's no such thing. Oh man, I'm a black person, I don't do this. No, you're limiting yourself because you're limiting yourself based on an insecurity, and you're allowing others to tell you who the fuck you are. I ain't with that bullshit. Period. Point blank. I got all types of friends, black, white, gay, straight. It doesn't matter, bro. If you're cool, you're cool. I mean, here's the name Cool Muhammad, which I need to change by the way, because I was joking with some Muslims. I'm not Islamophobic. Um, but I just felt the need to be a dick, which is why I got a towel on my head. And if I may say so, I look very Arabic. I would think so. Yes, no, right? It is what it is. You know.
Oh my God, I gotta get a break.
And for the record, I did that because I was hollering at a Muslim girl. And I went to the panel and on one phone I was talking to her, and the other phone I was looking at different phrases to say, endearing Islamic phrases to say to her, and she loved it. You know what I'm saying? So I still haven't told her the truth yet. That's why I'm still rocking the Cool Muhammad. I gotta, she's on a different side of the app, so she doesn't know my shenanigans yet. You know what I mean? Once I
Wait,
get in the
hold on real
drawers.
quick. Let me
Oh,
greet
Fusion's here. My
Fusion.
bad.
Fusion has finally made it to the panel. Hey Fusion. He was doing a lot of great things today. Are you
Hey, hey,
hey,
my
hey,
bad for the
hey.
late.
No, you're great. We had a lot of interesting conversations while you were gone. Very interesting.
Yeah, I
But
heard
a
some
lot
of
of
that
it was just the
before.
pyramid.
Yeah, I heard a decent amount of that before I dropped. I didn't know y'all was still on this one, but yeah, I heard a decent amount of that. I was actually going to address some of that, but um, I did a little bit. But we can move on. It's actually going to come up anyway.
Yeah, actually, like, kind of played itself out because we were fact checking as we were going along, which was really cool for the conversation. And it was really just Humble that was speaking his information, so it wasn't that much. But anyway, I know you wanted to get started with the melanin conversation, the difference between melanin and carbon, and neuromelanin, full melanin. I think I'm missing one, eumelanin, and all of the differences that they have, and how many different animals actually have this stuff. So I'm gonna pass this on to you.
All right. So where do we leave off? Okay, so eumelanin, neuromelanin, I think is where we were. So this will help as far as the animals. In relation directly to the animals, they have neuromelanin and eumelanin and pheomelanin. Think kind of how you mentioned it last time is that melanin is very old and not just ancient, like epochs old, because it's a molecule. It's not a person. So animals, even some plants can produce melanin, even though they generally their color, the green and stuff like that, comes from chlorophyll. But even plants can produce melanin. Even some of the melanin that's sold on the market is extracted from plants, or some of it's extracted from animals. Most of the melanin that's sold on the market actually isn't human melanin. It's generally melanin from um, a vole or a chimp or anything that has melanin, because at that level, once you're at the molecular level, it matters less what the thing is in and or what it is. So um, melanin, or you have synthetic melanin also. So not only that, but humans can also synthesize melanin and also make what I would consider less functional, not exactly the same melanin, but can serve the same purpose. So there's eumelanin, pheomelanin, um, neuromelanin, and synthetic melanin. Does that kind of cover at least the first part of your question on the animals?
Yes, it does. I was just reminding you where we were the last time. That's where we kind of left off at. So you just did a recap.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because yeah, the thing we were at neuromelanin, but also there's the tyrosine and phenylalanine that comes from in all of the melanins. Basically, melanin is something you just produce. You have to eat specific foods and things like that to produce melanin. Well, you have to eat specific foods that include phenylalanine, and you need that in order to make tyrosine, which you need in order to activate melanogenesis. So without the tyrosine, there is no melanogenesis, and without the phenylalanine, there is no tyrosine. So melanin is produced in the body, but the catalyst for melanin is technically not even in the body. It's not synthesized biologically. So it's something, our melanin is this speaks more to the melanin being a planetary thing more than a melanated person's thing that God just slathered over us or whatever. So,
Right.
and
Hold on real quick because I think Cool got a question or
Yeah.
a statement.
No, it's a question. No, it's a question. Because I don't know much of what you're saying, but I'm learning. Um, do white people have? Okay, so this melanin thing, because I keep hearing about melanated peoples. So, do all human beings have melanin? And if so, then is there such thing as a melanated people if all human beings have melanin?
yes. So in both of those, yes. So basically, all people have melanin. So technically, referring to a person as a melanated person counts
Mm.
for everybody except for albinos, and even albinos
Oh,
sometimes have an albino has little to no melanin. So even an albino can be a
okay.
little bit melanated or have no melanin. But unless that person is an albino, then melanated people refers to humans in general. Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, that means once again just asking real quick. Now I got you, Bob. I'm gonna ask you one last question. So is there a difference between the species or the races, or are we all the same?
There's still a difference, though. The difference is small. Is there's more commonalities than there are differences, but there are differences in
Okay.
neuromelanin and in melanin and in pheomelanin, and there's a difference in each type of melanin across species, but that is more due to
Okay.
a lot of it's due to climate. So where the sun
Okay.
is where more melanin
Right.
is needed because you need more protection from the UV rays if you have more sun. But there's a balance to melanin. So if you're in Europe, then it's somewhat healthier for you to have less melanin because you also need rays from the sun to activate the vitamin D in your body. So you don't want to block
Okay.
out the sun completely. So melanin is a very almost intelligent um, or
Interesting.
at least recognition type of system that recognizes how much UV rays are coming in versus how much UV rays you should be receiving.
Okay. Okay.
The
Interesting.
more
We're
melanin
going
you
to
have, the more closer
hold
you
on
are
real
to God.
quick. Hold on, Joshua. Hold on, Joshua, because we have hands raised. I'm gonna put you at the end of the list. We got Balboa, God Energy, and then you, Joshua.
Yeah. My question was an extension of what Cool asked. So I was trying to understand, like, because I've read science about this, where they basically are saying race is I forget what the phrase was, but basically saying like it's just skin deep. Race is just skin deep, right? That it doesn't have scientific basis really. Um, However, I do know that certain like ailments, like for instance, sickle cell, are more predominant in the construct of the races that we have created than some others, right? Um, so what is the breakup as far as like this different spectrums of melanin that we speak of as far as like culture, groups of people, or let's say like who we refer to as black people, who we refer to as what is it, mongoloid, caucasoid, etc. You know what I mean? Like, so what's the breakup with melanin in those groups?
So there is a distinction there. That's a good question because we do need those specifics. So there is a difference between races and between levels of melanin. Um, for example, like you said, sickle cell, you can see certain things. Parkinson's disease I'd have to look up the actual stats, but Parkinson's disease has to do with neuromelanin specifically. Um, and Parkinson's disease is probably 80% of Parkinson's disease patients are white people or are white men, probably. We can fact check that, but my number would be a guess of about 80% of Parkinson's disease patients are not only white, but white and male. So melanin is not only um, race specific in certain ways, but also gender specific. So because even though Parkinson's is prevalent in white people, it's still more prevalent in white men and not in white women. So, and Parkinson's disease, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna screen share real quick. Let me see if I can find something. So here's one of the differences, and this isn't to say that either one is better or anything like that, but there is a thing. So how you screen share out here?
That dude was wearing a wire for 2 years recording dirt shit, bro. It's on a transcript. That was his man. That's what it's always your man's. Oh shit, hold on. My fault, guys. I apologize.
Okay. real quick. Let me share screen. Oh, maybe it's because Issa's in the blinds. Let me give her a second. So this what I'm about to show is to kind of make the point that yes, there is a difference in neuromelanin content or level of neuromelanin in the brain. So neuromelanin is basically, even though they're still figuring out a lot about it, what does seem to be the case is that overall brain health, basically, um, neuromelanin specifically relates to overall brain health and contributes to overall brain health, and it contributes to the two very important parts of the body, which is um, the locus coeruleus, which is has to do a lot with cognitive function, and the substantia nigra, which is the part of the brain that's messed up in Parkinson's disease. So, and this is why I said it in relation to white men. So there would be more, less melanated people, at least with less structured melanin in the brain, tend to get Parkinson's disease, what would be considered a very early age in relation to a brain disorder like dementia, things like that. You generally tend to get. You have
you